Okay, I'd like to apologize for the delay in getting here. It is the end of the year, and there's some major things that we are under consideration, and our discussions took longer than anticipated, but I would ask all the legislators to please join us in the chambers so that we can get started. All right, I'm going to call the Rules Committee to order. Ask that Legislator Bino lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I just wanted to note that today is Pearl Harbor Day. And even though all these years have passed by, I think we should keep in our thoughts, in mind, and prayers the families of those who were lost. It may seem like it was forever ago, and it was in some ways, but as today's Newsday story indicated, there are still veterans of World War II who are with us, including one in my own district. I was happy to visit, to be with him for a parade for his 100th birthday. But so the memory of those that are lost is still amongst us, which is, so it's important to remember the tragedy of that day. Okay. As we do each month, what we're going to do, once we call the roll, will be do the contracts first, and then we will recess the meeting and proceed with the other meetings. But Mike, can you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Rich. Rules Committee roll call. Legislator Sheila Bino. Legislator Delia DeRigi-Whitten.
Here. And you used to think you were ugly, but look at all this.
So somebody at home needs to probably mute.
Okay. Legislator Delia DeRigi-Whitten. Thank you. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams.
Here.
Legislator Laura Schaefer. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Vice Chairman Howard Coppell. Chairman Richard Nicolello.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right. Now we're going to call the contracts that will be considered by the legislature, the Rules Committee at this time. I'm going to call them now. A41, 2020, A67. These are resolutions authorizing the Commission of Shared Services to award and execute blanket purchase orders between the county and 3D Industrial Sales and Service, Inc. and Castle Transit Mix, Inc., LLC. A62 is a resolution authorizing the Commission of Shared Services to award and execute purchase orders between the County of Nassau and Intergraph, doing business as Hexagon Safety and Infrastructure. B22, a resolution authorizing the county executive to award and execute a contract between the county and Eldor Traffic Signal Contracting Corp. E141, E157, E158, E159, E160, E161, E162, E163, E164, E165, E166, E167, E168, E169, E170, E172. A resolution authorizing the county executive to execute personal services agreements or amendments to personal services agreements between the county and Westchester Institute for Human Development, Calcaterra Pollock, URS Corporation, Villages of Hempstead and Lynbrook, Ronette Riley Architect, WSP USA Inc., Euro Lloyd Travel Group, Redland Strategies, Fund for the City of New York, Center for Court Innovation, Siegel Construction, our company rather, DeVruin Engineering, M&J Engineering, Motorola Solutions, H2M Architects and Engineers, BR&T Consulting. We need a motion to put all of those before the legislature, moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel, seconded by Legislator DeRigi Whitten. Also, while we're doing this, I ask for a motion to untable B18 to 2020, which is a resolution authorizing the county executive to award and execute a contract between the county and Chesterfield Associates, moved by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Schaefer, to untable. All in favor of untabling that contract signify by saying aye. Aye. So all of those contracts are now before the legislature. Now, of those contracts, some are going to have to be tabled at this point for various reasons, but I have 4 contracts that we're going to table. One is A41 of 2020 with 3D Industrial Sales. Another is E162 with WSP USA. Then there's A67 with Castle Transit Mix LLC. A62 with Intergraph Corporation, DBA, Hexagon Safety and Infrastructure. So Legislator Rhodes makes a motion to table. That's seconded by Legislator DeRigi Whitten. All those in favor of tabling those specific contracts signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? So those contracts are now tabled. Proceed to the Public Works contracts at this time, starting with B22 with Eldor Traffic Corporation.
Good afternoon, Ken Arnold, Public Works. B22 is a construction contract to install transfer switches at traffic signaling equipment. This will cover about 122 signals along the South Shore impacted by storm surge. 4 bids were received, and Eldor was the lowest responsible bidder. The bid was $185,000, which is 31% below the engineer's estimate. The MWVE is proposed at 24%. This is 100% GOSA funded.
Any questions? Let's go, move to the second. The next one is 158 of 2020.
Yes. E158, this item is a retroactive amendment associated with the construction management contract for the Barnes Avenue Pump Station in Force Main. The contract expired in May of 18. This amendment extended the term to May of 2020. and also increased the cap by $466,000. The extension and the increase was necessary due to the delays in completing the force main due to utility conflict issues. Furthermore, the delay in approving this amendment was the result of incomplete paperwork from URS, subsequently acquired by AECom. We've since satisfied all the requirements of the submittals.
This delay was 2 years?
The delay in processing the amendment, yes. We had to go back and forth with the contractor quite a bit. We had to straighten some information out before we processed the amendment. All work was already done at that point. I apologize to this body for not getting this in sooner, but we had many issues to resolve with the contractor.
I understand that there might be issues, but I don't understand why those issues would take 2 whole years. I mean, what specifically, I mean, saying paperwork went back and forth, I mean, why would it take 2 years? This was a large corporate entity, and they had a lot of disclosures that went back through both compliance and the IG's office to resolve things. I mean, we were working on some of these disclosures as of late last week also. So it was primarily disclosures that delayed?
That was probably the last 6 months. Before that, it was the departments getting all the documentation that we would want in order to process the amendment.
Anyone else have any questions, debates, comments? Legislator Reggie Whitten.
I know we have the IG here. Would you mind stepping up, Jody?
Good afternoon, Jody Frenzies, Office of the Inspector General.
Hi.
Hi.
Would you just state on the record if you are satisfied with the county's review of this vendor?
Well, Legislator, we did a lot of work on this. Our part, we reviewed the disclosures thoroughly. We also identified additional MAI that wasn't included on the original disclosure forms. However, the vendor did update their disclosure forms. We reviewed the new disclosure forms, and now everything is correctly disclosed to the county. We noted the time issue, obviously, but we spoke many times with the department, and the reasoning behind this contract being before you is it did not appear to the IG's office to be unreasonable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? No? Okay, let's move to the next one then.
Okay. Next item is E-161. This item is a contract with Ronette Riley Associates to perform a feasibility study and master plan for the correctional facility. This work will include input from not only Public Works, but also the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department, County Attorney, and both state courts and corrections. 5 firms submitted proposals. Roncliffe Riley had the second highest technical score, which included experience performing this similar type of work in corrections. The cost proposal was significantly, the highest technical rank score had a significantly higher cost proposal. The TLC felt this was in the best value to award to Ronette Riley Associates. They are a registered WBE firm. Between them and the second sub, 41% of this work will be going to WBEs.
Any debate or discussion on this item? Legislator Reggie Whitten.
Thanks, Ken. I'm glad to see this moving forward. I know we've had a lot of updates that we needed at the jails. Do you have any kind of list of what projects you're looking for just as a start off, or are they going to just come up with all the ideas?
There's 3 items that are going on right now at the jail. This is one of the 3 major items. This is looking at the total facility and the inmate population and a host of other things to find out what buildings should be brought in a good service, a good repair. In addition, the department is processing a contract that we designed in-house on B building, which will look at fixing some of the issues with that building. And I'm hoping to have in front of this body next session a contract for a design consultant to look at 832 building, which is another building that is in need of work.
Okay, because I know when I was there were concerns with the HVAC systems as well as any type of security. Yeah, the roof was leaking. There were, I don't know if this would have anything to do with it, but I'm hoping the new radio system might help with their communications, but maybe have that as part of it. I don't know if that would be applicable or not. But we had, there's a real wish list, I
Yes.
believe you could call it, from the correction officers also that maybe we could start with.
Okay, so
just-
I spoke with the Sheriff's Department last week. The 832 contract, you'll see when it comes to you next session, I modified some of the terms that will have a hard start date February 1st. The first task of that contract will be to get us an interim solution to the water infiltration that's occurring on 832 building. In addition, I met with my staff on Wednesday, and we'll be going there with our on-call requirements contractor to see if we can do any interim work even before that 832 work starts. The issue is the roof itself is not in awful condition. It's the dog houses on top of the building that protect mechanical equipment, that those things are leaking. So we're getting infiltration through the side walls of those dog houses. And also the ductwork has infiltration issues. So it's not as simple as fixing the roof, which I could do tomorrow because I have a roofing contractor. There's a lot more things that have to get done on that facility. But we're looking to expedite it as much as possible in anticipation of the larger contract coming behind it.
Great. I'm again very happy to hear this being addressed. Is there any way we could get a copy of the master plan once it's complete?
It would be a public document, I'm sure. As long as I'd have to talk to the sheriff if there's any security issues with
Okay.
releasing it, but that would be up to him what can go out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that was about a year and a half ago. I guess yourself, members of the Corrections Officers Benevolent Association, the minority leader, I think Chief Walsh may have been there, met with respect to the master plan, and I'm glad to see we're taking this step. Can you assure us that the consultant will be reaching out to the Sheriff's Corrections Officers Association to make sure that they understand, like from the members' point of view, of, for the corrections officers who are there, what the issues are, so that things are not overlooked?
I will make sure that happens.
Okay, so the
I'll direct my architects to make sure that when he talks to the sheriff that the association is aware of everything that we're doing.
I would appreciate that, because they're working, they're actually in the buildings, they're actually working in, and they see more so than anyone else what the problems are.
Understood, yes.
Any other debate or discussion? Legislator Bino.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Hi, Mr. Arnold. Quick question. This type of study that we're undertaking at the jail, is it contemplated that we'll do that at other facilities like 240 and some of the other buildings?
That's a very good question. We actually have another contract that will be coming to you probably early in 2021 on our court facilities, the buildings along Old Country Road, those three structures. We've had numerous issues with those buildings also. And while the contract itself talks about window and door replacements, there's a task within the project to look at the complete building to find out what else needs to be done. Because as you're probably noticing, they keep going back to the same building over and over and over again. It seems like a fruitless exercise, and to try to get all of the problems laid out at once and then plan how to attack them is a much more fruitful path to go down. As long as we have the funding, that's what we're looking to do in most of our big buildings now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other debate or discussion? Let's move on to the next one, which would be 167.
Yes. So E-167, this is an item for construction management contract for work associated at the Cedar Creek and Golden Cove sewage treatment plants for the implementation of a supervisory control and data acquisition system, or what we call SCADA. The department received 5 proposals, of which 3 were considered technically superior. Cost proposals were reviewed for those 3, and De Bruin was the highest technically ranked firm and also the lowest cost proposal. Their MWVE participation is 6%.
Any debate or discussion? Just make sure, let's check my notes for a moment. Okay. Hearing none, okay, let's move on to the next one.
Okay. E-168-20, this is another amendment that's retroactive. M&J Engineering, who was at MBE, was assigned a construction management contract for 2 traffic signal expansion projects on Old Country Road. The original contract expired December of 19. This amendment extends the contract to April 2020. All work is now complete, and the amendment also adds $650,000 to the cap. I recently spoke with my project engineer, and of that $650,000, we only need $430,000 to satisfy the outstanding bills. The delay was associated with the project, were mostly associated with equipment production and testing, which required us to be on site longer than we wanted to. The delay in processing the amendment was initially associated with miscommunication from my office to my project engineer, and then later just getting all the required forms filled out. This happened, we were processing this contract just before COVID, and we had some miscommunication in getting all the paperwork organized internally.
This is another one that's extremely late. It might be time to start revisiting what the nature of these delays are. I mean, we had been somewhat successful in reducing the delayed contracts and late contracts, but it would appear at this point that we're falling back into the issues that we had in the past. So,
I don't disagree, Presiding Officer, but these are two contracts we had trouble with. I don't have that. I think there might be one more I have coming, and I think we're pretty good shape after that.
Okay. I think we may want to sit down with the administration and revisit the procedures to make sure that we are, that they're adequate now, and that if any, amendments or changes to those procedures have to be made, that we start looking at that. So, any debate at this question? No? Let's go to the next one.
Okay, next one is E170-20. This item is a design contract for the rehabilitation of 4 pump stations in Glen Cove and Roslyn. We received 7 proposals, of which 2 were technically superior. These 2 had cost proposals reviewed. H2M was technically first and also the lowest cost. There is no MWBE on this project. However, we do have a 24% going to a SDVOB firm.
Any debate or discussion? Okay, I think we have one of the contracts that was untabled is yours, correct, Chesterfield?
Yes, Chesterfield.
You want to do that now?
Sure. Chesterfield, this is a construction contract for the repair of the bulkhead at the Glen Cove sewage treatment plant. This is an item that's been identified by New York State DEC as requiring work. It does protect the Glen Cove plant from Glen Cove Creek. Let me just get the staff summary. We had the lowest bidder, which is Chesterfield, came in at $1.8 million. The engineer's estimate was 3.1, and I don't have in front of me, and they were the only bidder on the project.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Arnold on this? Legislator DeReggie Whitten.
I just want to thank the Inspector General's office for reviewing this. Years ago, when I was a councilwoman, we did have an issue with this company, but I do feel confident that after the review that we're good to go. And Ken, thank you for your work on this. I know it's needed, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is Mr. Cleary here? I think he has been, he was brought on a couple of years ago to help streamline and reform our contracting process. So we may want to sit down with him again and make sure that we're not. I mean, maybe these 2 contracts we've talked about today, or 3 contracts, were outliers, but let's make sure that there's no backsliding going on in terms of attention to these details.
I'll revisit and talk to him.
Okay, thanks. And that's it for you, right? Thank you, Ken. We have 2 contracts with the Village of Hempstead and the Village of Lynbrook. I believe that's Chris Mistron.
Christopher Mistron, Nassau County Traffic Safety Stop DWI Coordinator. In the case of these 2 contracts, they represent contracts for Stop DWI enforcement. As has been in the past, in order to keep the contracts current, this is actually the start of a multi-year contract. I know there was questions with regard to the award amounts. Each year, the Stop DWI program is required to submit paperwork to the state for purposes of advising and creating a Stop DWI plan, which is funded through the fines collected of those that were arrested for DWI and convicted. The plan itself, once reviewed by the state, allocates different amounts for each of the categories. One of the categories, of course, is enforcement, and they review the different departments with regard to the arrests that they've made in the past and their participation in DWI and stop or traffic safety programs. The amounts are then determined and then awarded, and that is the basis of these contracts.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? We're good. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Next contract is E-163 of 2020 with Euro Lloyd Travel Group. I know that Mr. Chief Walsh, I think he's coming to speak about the Motorola Solutions contract. He's late for family reasons, but Inspector, could you speak to this one?
Yes, sir. I can speak on E-163-20, William Field, Deputy Inspector, Police Department. Item E-163-20, this is an amendment to an existing contract for travel services between Nassau County and Euro Lloyd Travel Group. This is specifically, this company provides a service for domestic and international air travel needed for members in both transporting prisoners as well as conducting investigations. The purpose of the amendment is to clarify the services section of the original agreement, as well as to increase the maximum allowable amount by $100,000 to provide these services to the police department, but also the social services, the sheriff's department, and the probation department. The original contract was an RFP from June of 2018. One proposal was received. This is the one proposal. The total maximum amount allowed under this contract will be $175,000.
I don't know if this question's for you or for purchasing, but do you know why there would only be one proposal on this? It would seem that travel agents throughout the county might be interested in this type of contract.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. That would have to go. I could find out from purchasing and try to get you an update.
Okay. I mean, it's been a concern of ours that not a great number of contract vendors are bidding on these contracts. So it's an ongoing issue that we have.
I understand.
Okay. Any questions for the inspector? Nope. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next two items are with the district. Again, Chief Walsh is not here yet, so we're going to hold 169 2020 for the moment. The next two contracts are with the district attorney's office.
Good afternoon, Katie Horst from the administration. I believe Bob McManus is on Microsoft Teams. Bob, are you there? Presiding officer, would you mind skipping over these while we try and find someone from the district attorney's office?
Sure, we'll come back to these. And then after that, the next one's with the county attorney's office, which is E-157, 2020 with Calcaterra Pollock.
Good afternoon. I'm Laurel Kretzing from the county attorney's office. I'm the Bureau Chief of Litigation and Appeals. I'm substituting for Jessica Molinares, the chief deputy who was just called away. This is a contract for outside counsel services for the action that was commenced by order to show cause by Sean McCarthy against the County of Nassau and the Department of Assessment and others seeking to enjoin the levy and collection of taxes pursuant to the Reassessment Phase-In Act. It was specifically to enjoin the act. Based on Regina Calcaterra's handling of the Hall matter, which required her to do a significant amount of research into the county's assessment system, the reassessment and the prior assessment, her firm, Calcaterra and Pollock, were selected for this award. I would note that it did, this action started by order to show cause on August 1st, 2020. The firm opposed the application, the preliminary injunction motion, and moved to dismiss. And the matter was, in fact, dismissed on September 29th, 2020. And there's currently an appeal pending.
I think our backup says that the maximum amount is $330-something thousand. Is that how much has been billed to date? Because there's also a partial encumbrance of $85,000. Do you know how much has been billed on this?
The amount billed to date is $49,290.
Why is this coming to us in December if we retained this law firm in August?
I think that just based on the getting the necessary contractual submissions and getting this on the calendar, the litigation moved forward much more quickly than our contracting
what do you mean by
contracting process.
I'm sorry. What do you mean by contractual documents? What are we talking about? The various disclosures and the whole packet that we require in order to contract with an attorney took a while to assemble. This is a relatively new law firm. Here's the issue. This is the second contract, one of which was the Hall case, in which the work has been referred to this law firm without seeking our approval until afterwards. And then this law firm was retained to do the work here, again, without seeking the approval of the legislature.
Actually, the Hall case, Ms. Calcaterra was at a different firm, the Wolf-Halderstein firm, at the time that they were retained to perform the Hall, the services on the Hall contract. She subsequently left, and so it's technically a new firm that was awarded the contract.
Okay, so then, actually, the original law firm was Wolf's law firm, correct?
That's correct. The original law firm on Hall, but it was Regina Calcaterra who had performed, the majority of the work, particularly the fact-finding and investigative work.
Right, and that contract was submitted to us late as well, with respect to both firms, and then this contract's being submitted late. The problem here for this is this. I mean, I have no doubt and no reason to doubt that this is a qualified law firm, and Ms. Calcaterra especially is qualified. I have no reason to doubt that this is money well spent with respect to them, and I'd like to make sure that these attorneys who are doing the work get paid for their services. However, this is a law firm that is connected. Right? I mean, she ran for state senate several years ago, executive director to two of Governor Cuomo's investigatory commissions, former assistant or chief deputy or one of the deputy county attorneys in Suffolk. So I mean, it's just the optics are not good. My concern is we're getting to a situation where these firms are being hired, legislature's not being informed until after the fact and after the work was done.
I hear your concern, and I apologize for the delay in this case, but I would point out this was brought on by order to show cause. It was imperative that we get someone knowledgeable in place right away, and I do apologize for the delay, but in this case, that's why the basic defense work has already been done, and now the contract is before you.
And the delay is the result of disclosures, problems getting disclosures, is that correct?
Yes, I can't personally speak to why it took, from August 1st, the commencement of the lawsuit, to now, December 7th, to get this before you. I don't handle the contracting process, but it's my understanding from being in the office and experiencing other delays that it, I'm just getting a message from the contracting attorney that it was, I apologize. The message I got is this contract started routing on October 2nd, and it took a long time to route and get on the calendar to be heard and reviewed by the legislature.
Also, just to add, Brian Libbard from County Attorney's Office. I was involved in the budgeting for this contract, and we did spend some time going back and forth with the firm with regard to the budget that they provided, which did slightly slow down the contract. However, that was for the benefit, of course, of the residents and the constituents to make sure that the budget was consistent with what the office felt it should be. So there was a slight delay, although in my view, not an undue delay for that specific process. So between what my bureau chief mentioned and what I mentioned, I think those two things caused the slight delay.
Any other legislators have any questions on this? Okay. As I said, I have no doubt of the qualifications of this law firm. They also did the work, and they had a good result at this point. So I don't want to hold up them getting paid, but we need to develop a mechanism in which, if a contract with a law firm, especially on a high-profile case, is delayed for any reason coming to us, I think there should at least be some sort of notification to the legislature that the county attorney is hiring somebody.
I'll certainly take that back.
Okay. All right. Anyone? Nope. Oh, Legislator Schaefer?
Yeah, no, I just want to reiterate what you were saying, that, the optics are not good, and for it to go ahead and have people start working when, it hasn't even come before us, it's just, that's not going to go on for too long. I mean, it's just going to cause a problem the more we have that happening. And also, there was just a contradiction in what you said. I thought that, you had to get a firm right away, but at the same time, then you said she had to be brought up to speed. So either, what is it? I get it. You have to, understand what's going on in file, but, it's one or the other. I'm sure there were other attorneys that could have handled it. I think we all know that. But whatever. That's just my opinion.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Thank you. Move on to the next.
Thank you.
Next contract is, Katie, is the DA's office here yet, or no? Are they ready yet?
Bob, are you on? I'm told yes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, let's,
Okay.
We're going to do 141 is with the contract with Westchester Institute for Human Development.
Yes. Okay, this is Bob McManus at the District Attorney's Office. This contract with the Westchester Institute of Human Development will serve potential victims of sexual abuse referred as part of a multidisciplinary investigation in Nassau County. The contractor will provide outpatient scheduled medical examinations for children and adolescents from 0 to 18 who are the subject of Child Protective Services investigations and or law enforcement investigations regarding concerns for sexual abuse. The contractor will provide scheduled follow-up examinations for emergent and urgent examinations whereby every effort has been made by referral sources to secure emergency care.
Okay. Any questions on this? Thank you, Bob. We also have E172 with BRNT Consulting.
Yes, sir. 1 second, please. Okay, E172 with BRNT Consulting is with a sole source vendor that has unique experience in the Justware case management system, and specifically its implementation and utilization in the Nassau County District Attorney's Office. Journal Technologies is transitioning clients to a new system and will no longer provide configuration upgrades necessary to meet our ongoing needs, particularly with regards to interface improvements necessitated by recent discovery reforms. Bryant Nelson, the proprietor of BRNT Consulting, was previously an employee with Journal Technologies and is familiar with our case management system.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. McManus? Hearing none. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next two contracts, so with shared services, E164 2020 contract with Redland Strategy Inc.
Good afternoon. Allison Malamy, Deputy Commissioner of Shared Services. Redland Strategies was selected by an RFP solicitation process. Okay. Redland Strategies was selected by an RFP solicitation process to serve as Nassau County's advisor to the police body-worn camera program. Redland Strategies will play an important role in the development and implementation of the Nassau County PD's body-worn camera program. The county is steadfast in its commitment to engage stakeholders who will provide input into the program, such as our community, county departments, and our police unions. Redland will coordinate the concerns of these key stakeholders to ensure the successful implementation of the overall program. Their advisory services are highlighted by 3 phases, summarized as 1, identify stakeholders' concerns, 2, identify best practices for body-worn camera policies, features, and functionality, 3, identify and troubleshoot testing/implementation issues with stakeholders. The contract is on an hourly basis for work performed for a maximum spend of $121,250 over a 2-year term.
Any questions? Legislator Shaver.
Hi, I'm just wondering if you can tell me if they have, how you doing? Does Redland Strategies have any experience with these types of programs?
They have experience with researching the body-worn camera programs. Their president and managing director has a lot of experience as a public safety and homeland security deputy secretary, and advisor for public safety and homeland security for New York State. They also, they've conducted research into New York PD's body-worn camera program. They've analyzed that department's policy for tagging body-worn camera footage, data handling procedures, and the Civilian Complaint Review Board's process for requesting access to body-worn camera footage.
Okay.
Yeah, right. I think we've all had extensive experience with interaction with Redland Strategies and their principles, and there is a wealth of experience there and a wealth of competency. So I think this would be a good selection to make. Any other debate or discussion on this? Legislator Bino?
Yeah, Diane.
Or Legislator Abrams. I'm sorry, Minority Leader Abrams.
That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I just have a quick question in regards to the RFP process. From what we can understand from the backup, Redland was higher than the lowest bidder. I just wanted to understand from the department the justification for not selecting the lowest bidder. Was their qualifications? Was it their experience? If you could just shed some light on that.
Well, there are 4 different categories when you're selecting from RFP. It's their experience, I don't have that in front of me. Oh, I wasn't sure what you said. Okay, Winborn. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Oh, Winborn, they're located in Virginia, and they, although they did have experience with body-worn cameras, in implementation of body-worn camera policy, they didn't have any relationships in Nassau County, and one of the key criteria for this RFP was was getting the community together and reaching out to all the stakeholders. And it's my understanding that the committee felt that they did not have those relationships.
Okay, I had a tough time making out everything you said, but I'll defer to my colleagues on your responses, and if they had anything additional, they'll ask the question. My final question is more related to the implementation of the contract. I know the SOA had a body cam provision in their agreement. Based off of the local press, we noticed that their provision in the PBA agreement. However, I'm just asking the question, the provision in the PBA agreement that pertains to body cams, does it conflict with anything that Redland will be providing to the county in terms of its body cam program?
Deputy Police Commissioner Kevin Smith. So what I can really say about that isn't too much. They have a tentative agreement right now for a new labor contract, and the membership really has to be afforded the right to privilege to take a look at the opportunity before we really can make any comments about the PBA contract.
I'm sorry, Chief, can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Okay, what I basically said was that there's a new tentative agreement for a new labor contract, and that the PBA membership has to be afforded the opportunity to review and ratify that in discussion before we can comment on it in any fashion.
No, that part I understand. And I wasn't asking you to comment on that specific agreement. What I was asking was, is there any conflict? I mean, that's been reported in Newsday. I mean, whoever put that news into Newsday, they put out the fact that there's a body cam provision in their agreement. That being said, what I was asking is that does that provision, does it coincide with the actual agreement that's before us today, and there's no conflict? Anything that Redland would be doing as pertains, as it was stated earlier, would that conflict with anything that's in the PBA agreement? That's what I was asking, as it pertains to body cams.
I really
you can't answer fine, but I don't see the reasoning on presenting whether or not there's a conflict.
Okay. Well, I'm uncertain of the answer to that, but I can take your concern back to Commissioner Ryder, and we'll talk about that and get back to you.
I want to make sure the minority leader is done for now. Correct.
It sounds like the answer is no answer, but I appreciate them for being there. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Legislator Bino.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Good day. Question about how Redland plans to undertake this community engagement, since it was a very big part of why they were selected.
One of the reasons they were selected was, pretty much we felt that they had the most contact in the tri-state area, probably with state, federal, and local people. The reality is they've made the best case for being in the community, for having people in the community, for having knowledge, both technical expertise and kind of promotional expertise or PR expertise, if you will, in that terms. So we figured we would look to them to help us develop. In the police department, when we roll out a new piece of equipment like a boat or something that's a life-saving measure, it's pretty much a done deal. The public information officer does put something together when we roll it out, and everybody's pretty happy that this new piece of equipment. But this is different. This is a little bit different. And the way we look at it, winning over people who might have concerns, who want to voice concerns or have misconceptions about a body-worn camera program is the way to go. And looking to Redline to help us with this is probably the best fashion for us.
I agree it's important, and I think it'll be vital to have that level of input from all the stakeholders, including the PBA. But I'm just wondering, did they provide a plan that we felt was really if anybody could summarize what their plan was, or they didn't provide one?
Well, I can't provide, sentence for sentence what they plan to do, but one of the first things they plan to do is to get out into the community and let them know, pretty much to let them know that the program's being developed and what it will mean to them. But I can't go in a plan-by-plan or a sentence-by-sentence game plan, if you will.
Thank you.
I do know that Redland has been involved with the Coliseum Development Project, and I know that they have, as part of that project, they have a constituent group that's looking at this, so they are involved in that respect. Wouldn't obviously translate directly over to this because you're looking at different stakeholders, but they are involved in an outreach effort already in the county, so I think that might assist in this project.
Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Sure. Legislator Reggie Whitten.
Hi. I know that there are some time limits in the various contracts to have the body cameras up and running. Do you feel that those dates can be met can this vetting be complete before those dates?
I have to defer on that one.
I don't think we can really comment on that until the contracts are ratified. I'm not familiar with that.
Well, the SOA, I don't have it in front of me, but do you remember the date? There was a date in there that December. Thank you. Fellow legislator Silabino just said it's December 31st, 2021. The body cameras have to be in place. Do you feel that this company can reach its goal in that, in sufficient time for us to get everything else done that has to be done?
Yes, there are advisor, there are consultant, the police department will be making decisions on equipment and things like that, but yes, they will be able to complete their advisory services, or at least help us to that point. It's a 2-year contract. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or discussion?
Yes, I have a question. Legislator Salages, hello.
Do we hear you?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Good afternoon. I would like to ask the question, and I understand that their services were rendered in other jurisdictions, such as in Colorado, where they were able to get the program running. How long do they anticipate their services to actually help get this done? Because we're also working under a deadline, an important deadline as it relates to the governor's order for our municipality to present a plan for reform. I could envision there would be issues with body cameras that would be related to that reform, such as when these cameras have to be turned on, whether at the start of a shift, and so these are important questions. So I just like to know that and how do they plan to have this covered during that time frame for when we have to present a plan to the governor for reform?
Again, they are our advisor, and they'll be helping us make those decisions, but ultimately it's the police and the county that will decide on the policy and those procedures. And I'm confident that they will be able to do it.
Legislator Bino.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I heard you say it was a 2-year contract, and then we did just a quick check, and it does expire, I guess, November 16, 2022. The rollout of these, the cameras are, as Legislator DeReggie Whitten stated, that contractually, in the police union contracts, the SOA has it, and I believe the PBA contract will have it as well, that it has to be employed or deployed in a year. So the implementation has to happen. Where in their contract could you direct me to look at that they understand that that's stipulated that they'll roll it out in a 1-year period? Because they in fact, if they slow us down or there's some inability to carry out these tasks as stated, we could be in jeopardy of not having a body camera program here in Nassau County.
I understand.
Legislator DeReggie Whitten made an excellent point And I think we need to have some more, we need you to expound more on that.
I understand your concerns. There is nothing in the contract specifically that says this must be rolled out within 12 months, but it's certainly something that we can relay to the vendor.
I think it has to be in there. I mean, we're getting involved in 8.5-year contracts where there's more time, despite the fact that it's retroactive, there's more time ahead of us on these contracts than behind us. And that being said, you know, I'm very invested in making sure that we have body cameras. I along with Minority Leader Kavan Abrahams and Carrier Salages, Legislator Salages, we submitted legislation back in 2014 asking for body cameras. And it's concerning to me that we wouldn't have made mention in the contract that this has to be rolled out by December 31st, 2021, because that should be subject to their performance. Their performance and our requirement to pay them, you know, contractually as agreed upon should be specifically tied to that. And if you guys can't show me that today, I actually have a high level of concern.
Well, my understanding is that as far as the contracts go, there's no timeline in the contracts. But nevertheless, I think you know, Commissioner.
No, that's false. That's false. That's absolutely false. And so someone else needs to come and speak on that item and give you the correct information, because it's in there that the body cameras, there's a provision in that in the contract that it sunsets December 31st, 2021. We have 1 year to get this program out the door.
All right, I'm sorry to be corrected. So at the end of October, from what I understand, it has to be up and running. Is that the information that you have? Okay, so I have every confidence that between Commissioner Ryder and Mr. Balbone's firm, that we should be able to get this done. There is a lot to go through, from the type of camera that we're ultimately going to go with, to where it sits on an officer's body, to whether it has, you know, the capability of picking up sound properly, and you name it. There's all the way to the evidence process and the discovery process when it's going to be used in court, and everything in between. There's a lot of key points that have to be looked at. But the committee that we've put together, all right, experts in the field, people from our electronics bureau, from our IT, are the right people to put in place to come up with a product relatively quickly. They've been looking all along. I've been going to trade shows and having brought people in to already begin the process of looking at what the vendors have to sell. So I'm pretty confident that we should be able to go in the right direction.
So here's the thing, and I hear you, Chief, I hear you loud and clear, but there's a lot riding on this.
Agreed.
And I'm not even sure that it's been articulated to Redland that this is a requirement. There's nothing in their contract that states it. It's apparently not clear to everyone that that's even a provision. So I don't even know that Redland is even under the understanding that they have a requirement to get this out the door.
Well, it's up to us to make sure that they have that. They know how important it is.
Yeah, but that's something that, you know, if you tell me that I have a job to do and I'm signing a 2-year contract to get it done, but I have a 1-year period to actually really, truthfully get it done, that there could be two different understandings here. If I'm signing a contract that says that it's November 2022 is the contract date to provide the service, but contractually with our employees, we have a requirement in 2021, it's disjointed. There's no side letter, there's nothing that gives me any confidence that they are fully they have a full understanding of their requirement.
Well,
and if we are even bake that into their performance to make sure that we don't even incur any costs. So we could be on the hook for paying for a service that they can't deliver, and then we're outside of the timeline for even getting body cameras.
I want to make a point before you do, which is that if it's in the contracts, regardless of what the term of the Redland Strategies contract is, it will have to be done, period. Number one. Number two, even the body camera program will be up and running by the deadline because it will be required by contract. It will be up and running. However, once it's up and running, there is a value to having Redland Strategies still providing services.
I don't disagree. You just cut me off, though, presiding officer.
No, I didn't. No, you asked the question.
I wasn't asking the question of you. I was asking the question of the individuals at the dais.
You just cut me off. I did not. I let you finish speaking, which is the respectful thing to do, and I didn't get to finish.
But presiding officer, I'm not debating the point that there would be a value to have them staying on for a period of time after the body cameras are deployed. What I'm saying is that I think we should, as a body, make sure that Redland understands that their requirement is to have this program up and running in a one-year period. And I don't think that that's a hard thing to do. I think we should table the item and have them articulate to Redland that that's a requirement, and have Redland then respond to us accordingly, stating that they can carry out the actions and the requirements of the contract.
I disagree.
I think that's reasonable. That's reasonable.
I disagree, but do you want to make a motion to table?
May I interrupt for 1 second?
Sure.
All right. So, Mr. Balboni, Redland is aware that we want to roll this out as quickly as possible. They are aware of the time frame. Keeping them on board is kind of, as you just said, is an idea that involves maintenance, afterthought, problem solving, problem shooting. If anything occurs, that's out of the ordinary, as we would with other vendors, to stay on board as a consultant. And that's pretty much to engage the community, let them know that this is in place, it's been in place, how's it working, kind of the aftercare of a program.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a motion?
Again, if this time limit was, is it okay if I speak? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If this wasn't stated in the SOA contract, and I don't know about the other contracts, I wouldn't be so concerned. But the truth of the matter is that is a deadline where we're going to be cut off from this program, which many people have really fought hard to get. In the beginning, I don't think you were aware of the deadline. You said that you weren't sure of it and that there wasn't a deadline. How do we know that Mr. Balboni's aware of it? How do we know they're able to do it in time for the deadline? There's a lot, like you said, that has to get done. I was a little worried about the deadline, to be honest. To get everything.
But we just confirmed that, in fact, there is a deadline.
Well, we need it. No, it's in the contract. It's in the
what I'm saying
contract.
is we confirmed with Mr. Balboni that he's aware, all right, of the situation, and that we have to move forward very quickly. The other part of this is that 5 years ago the whole camera world was upside down. It was new. It was raw, if you will. Things have moved along progressively, like technology does, in that it's a lot easier now to maybe come up with this camera, the camera that we want, in an expeditious fashion.
Not to question what you're saying, but before you were just telling us how hard it's going to be to get everyone involved and find out where the camera, what to, it
these are points to make. I'm
like
not saying that's going to take forever.
Right.
But these are points that have to be looked at.
But this is, it's not. Look, if there was nothing in the contract, you wouldn't have any arguments for me. But the fact that we have a stated deadline in the contract with the SOA saying that it has to be ready to go by that date, this contract here. Yes, maybe we do need them for maintenance, but that's not what the contract is for. This contract is for setting it up. And that contract itself
it's up to the police department to set it up. They are going to consult with us along the way.
The reason we're hiring this company is to get the input and everything else. And that is really before the program goes into play. And that goes for over a year afterwards. It's like any other contract that we enter into, we try to make sure that we're being smart about it. To not mention a deadline in the contract and not have it in writing, and with all due respect to Mr. Balboni, who I've known for a long time, it's not a verbal, I know about it, to clear it. I mean, I
Well,
don't even know.
I think we're being smart about having them here kind of
Well,
after the fact.
if the
it's rolled
Inspector
out.
General could come up for a second, I would appreciate it.
Hello.
I just
don't-
have
hi,
a quick
sorry.
question for you.
Sure.
First of all, have you had a chance to look at this contract?
Actually, we have quite a bit. Actually, as you know, our office attends selection committees,
Right.
and I actually had 2 staff members observing each meeting.
Okay.
we
In
were-
a simple thing for time, because I know it's.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm blobbity-blah.
Do you feel that there is an issue with this contract with the fact that the deadline is not stated anywhere in the contract?
You can answer that question, but this is really an issue for the legislators, and we're not going to start deferring our policy-making or our determinative abilities
Correct.
to the IG. You
no.
go ahead and answer.
But if.
I just said
okay.
you can answer.
Okay.
And I don't presume to speak for the legislature. I'm not certain I'm qualified to do this, but I can tell you, Legislator DeRigi Whitten, that we did observe everything. We did look at all the documents. We did observe all the presentations. We also, we did. This was a deeper dive than our usual review, just because of the subject matter and because I assumed that it was going to be of interest to the legislature. And during our review, I can tell you of the procurement and the docs and things like that, we didn't see things that popped red flags or anything that was a cause for concern for
Right.
us, or any irregularities during the procurement process. This may not be the answer to your question, but I do hope it helps in some way.
Well, we don't have any concerns with the procurement either. What my general question is, just as someone whose job is to not only check the procurement, but also assure us that contracts are advisable to enter into, do you feel comfortable with the fact that there is a significant stated deadline in the contract for the SOA and possibly other police unions, and that this contract before us does not make mention of that date?
Before you answer that question, I'm going to say again, what you're doing is putting the Inspector General in the middle of a debate in the legislature and asking her to comment on one side's position.
Right.
I'll let her answer, but if we're going to start using the Inspector General to make the points that we're supposed to be debating, we're going to be putting her and her office in a very, very uncomfortable position.
And I don't mean to do so. I'm just asking in a
Well, you are doing so.
formatted way, what is the best practice when it comes to this type of contract? Should the date be included that we need the work to be completed by? Absolutely. Should it be included in the contract in writing and not to take anyone's verbal hearsay, because we didn't hear him say it, as a significant, as enough?
Well, I should, full disclosure, I've never been a contracts attorney. I spent, I'm sure you know, 18 years as a prosecutor, so my familiarity with contract reviews, the clauses in contracts is a little bit, I think, less than maybe you think it is. But, I think things should be in our contracts that protect our county. So if there's a concern amongst the elected officials that there's something in there that is not protecting our county, I'm sure, I trust that this honorable body will be able to land in a place that's good for us.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Legislator Schaefer?
Yeah, I was just going to say, as an attorney, the party, I understand where you're coming from, legislators DeRigi Whitten and Bino, but the party that needs to be contractually obligated to this deadline, and the party that needs to adhere to it is. And a consultant is hired for just that purpose, to consult. I don't see there being any need for them to be contractually obligated to a deadline when their job is to assist the police department in adhering to their deadline, which is what their goal is and which is what they have to do as per contract. And that's it. Thank you.
All right. Any
Can I
other?
just answer?
let-
It's not
let's let-
mentioned in the contract, just to be clear.
Well, I
that
think her point is,
there is
it's
no date.
mentioned as apparently in the collective bargaining agreement with superior officers, it apparently will be mentioned in the PBA, which is an legally enforceable document upon the county. What she's saying is that since the county is obligated, regardless of whether that date appears in Redland Strategies contract or not, the county, which is the responsible part, the county has to make sure it gets done. So that's the point, I believe. Legislator Rhodes.
Just the only point is, in furtherance of what Legislator Schaefer and the presiding officer said, yeah, and the responsible party is the county. Redland Strategies is there to accomplish the purposes of the county in helping them fulfill their end of the obligation. I don't see the need for the deadline being specifically mentioned in the Redland Strategies contract. We have a representation from the police department that they're aware of the deadline, which I'm assuming that Redland Strategies and the police department will be communicating on a regular basis in accomplishing the department's responsibility to meet that deadline. I don't see how delaying this by a month when we're already conscious of and concerned about being able to meet that deadline is somehow going to further those objectives.
Legislator Bino.
I just want to state for the record that I was not, let me speak for myself, suggesting that we wait a month. This body would meet again next week, Monday, on December 14th. So my suggestion was that we had an opportunity to have Redland acknowledge that the county has a responsibility set upon them for December 31st, 2021. I hire consultants in my other capacity on a regular basis where funding is tied to completion dates or phases of completion, and it's required for me as the entity that's hiring the consultant that I communicate that to. And that's all that I'm trying to establish today, is that we have communicated effectively with Redland, and given the fact that we acknowledge that they didn't have as much experience as the others and they weren't the most lowest qualified bidder, but that they had some community benefit, that we explain that to them so that we don't set them up to fail or ourselves up to fail. And I don't think that that's unreasonable to request.
Legislator Whitten.
We appreciate it. This is important. So what happens if we don't get this report by November? Can we do this? Can we do these body cameras without them being complete with their work?
No report.
Can we move forward without them completing their work by November?
Their role is to coordinate various stakeholders and ensure the successful implementation of the overall program. So.
And what if we don't get a report from, or what if we don't get any?
There is no report.
Well, what if we don't get any? What if they can't finish in time? What happens? Can we move forward without their okay or without any input from them? Or are we going to be delayed because we don't have any?
I mean, I don't understand what we're not getting. If it's in a collective bargaining agreement, regardless of what Redland Strategies does or doesn't do, it has to be done. I mean, there's no report from them, and whether if they're not successful in having their stakeholder meetings or in whatever way, I mean that's an issue of contracting. But there's no way around it. We don't. It's not like this is not going to happen because we don't get a report.
Okay, so
it is going to happen.
If we don't hear a word from Redline by November, we can still move forward with with the body cameras.
Okay, so again, they are a consultant, and we can move along to a point where we're ready to roll it out. It is the police department's responsibility to roll out the program. Their work might not be finished at that particular time, but it might be enough that we are comfortable rolling out the program. Again, a lot of their job is community engagement. That's part of it. That's going to happen after the program's rolled out as well.
All right. There was a discussion of a motion to table. Do you still intend to make the motion to table? And if you do, go ahead. Okay. Moved by Legislator Bino. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Legislator DeRiggi. All in favor of tabling signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Legislator Solage, not on the committee, so we have 3 votes to table. Those opposed signify by saying nay. Okay, the motion to table fails by a vote of 4 to 3. Any other debate or discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor of this contract signify by, oh, I'm sorry, we're going to do that later. Wait, actually, let me back up. Do you want me to call this item separately? Okay. With respect to this specific contract and not any of the others called before, E-164, 2020, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining?
Abstain.
Okay, so it passes by a vote of 4 in the affirmative with 3 abstentions. Next contract is with the Siegel Company, E-166.
Allison Malamy, Deputy Commissioner of Shared Services. The Siegel Company was selected by an RFP solicitation process to provide health insurance benefits consulting services to the county. Their expertise will assist the county to achieve better plan design at lower costs. Siegel will participate with a committee of stakeholders that will consist of various departments, including the unions, to review, evaluate, and design health insurance benefit plans consistent with collective bargaining agreements. Siegel's services include a feasibility assessment to study if we can reduce county as well as local municipal insurance costs through joint negotiation and bidding. Siegel has performed well for Nassau County in the past when they provided consulting services regarding the Affordable Care Act. The contract is on an hourly basis for work performed for a maximum spend of $46,000 over a 5-year term.
Is there any debate or discussion on this item? All right, I think we're good. Thank you. E-165, Department of Probation, Fund for the City of New York, Center for Court Innovation.
This is Joe Shalero, Nassau County Probation. This contract, excuse me, is for the Nassau County Peer Diversion Program, which previously had been known as Youth Court prior to Arts Raise the Age. With Raise the Age implementation October 1st of 2019, this moved to probation. The program is a groundbreaking partnership spearheaded by, Nassau County Probation in partnership with the Office of Court Administration, Center for Court Innovation, and numerous service providers in Nassau County. The Peer Diversion Program is an educational diversion program for young offenders to ensure that adolescents ages 16 and 17 years old receive the benefit of developmentally appropriate services and reduce the likelihood that cycle of reoffending. In order to achieve these goals, the Center for Court Innovation provides a trained on-site coordination staff to ensure that appropriate defendants are identified, referred to effective services, and monitored appropriately. The prosecutor, defense counsel, and the court must receive timely and accurate updates on their participation in those services in order to come up with an appropriate disposition. For those defendants that are referred to the Nassau County Peer Diversion Program, CCI staff assists the probation department in conducting hearings staffed by high school students, making linkages to appropriate community service sites and pro-social activities. CCI staff reports to and allows project stakeholders to track progress, outcomes, and case resolutions, as well as monitors compliance with the peer diversion program dispositions and reports to the project stakeholders. This contract is for the contract period initiating October 1st, 2019 and ending September 30th, 2020.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Just, you may have covered this, but it was a little difficult to hear you.
I kept clearing my throat. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Just curious as to why we would use the fund for the City of New York Center for Court Innovation. Isn't there any similar entity that could do this type of thing for our county that's located on the island?
They're a sole source provider of this service in multiple municipalities, and Ariane Raya can address that a lot more.
Hi, this is Ariane Ryer. I'm special counsel for the Department of Probation, and I oversee the Peer Diversion Court. The Center for Court Innovation oversees all similar programs in New York City and each one of the boroughs, as well as a similar court in New Jersey. So when we established the court and needed a program coordinator, we looked to CCI for their guidance and their expertise in this area.
Okay. Thank you for the answer. Any other questions, discussions, anyone, debated discussion? All right, hearing none. Thank you very much. We'll move on. Let me go back to one of our contracts, which was with the Nassau County Police Department. It's E-169 of 2020 with Motorola Solutions. The contract is before us. Thank you, Chief Walsh. I know this is very difficult circumstances for you, and we truly appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you. If I could ask one thing. Could we just have one moment? And you all just, Dad just passed, and I just want you all to take a moment, please, for me. All right?
Please stand. Let's have a moment of silence. You have our deepest condolences.
Thank you very much, Chief Walsh. I'm sorry to even bring you in on that, but he worked for the county. He was a public safety officer. His last day was November 10th. And he got COVID, and he didn't make it. Okay. Do you want me to give a brief overview of the contract, or do you just want to have questions?
Under the circumstances, we have the backup materials. Let's just turn it over to the legislators to see if anyone here has any questions on this item. Legislator DeReggie Whitten.
The old days. I totally, I feel so bad for what you're going through.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Please,
I thought it was important to get here because it's a very large ticket item. And the way I justified it, to be very honest with you, is that this is going to save lives in the county.
Good.
My dad would completely understand.
God bless, we're with you on that.
Thank you.
We just had I know there's a number of things that we're hoping that this contract will improve, but one of the issues that we heard about this morning was just with the communication in our jails, correction facilities. If
Right.
Can you just assure us, or at least confirm that
Sure.
that you're confident that these improvements will improve the communication in the correction facilities?
Absolutely. So the situation at the jail is they were on an old system. It was an analog system. We replaced that system with a small portion of the build out of the system that's in front of you now. If you can imagine just a newer television, right? You have an old cathode ray, now we have a flat screen. So there are some issues that are going on in the jail right now. There's some user error that takes place, and there's also some technical issues that have taken place. So it's sort of a combination of both. This particular contract will take what's a 6-site system. The number of sites that you have is equivalent to how strong and robust the system is, and bring it out to a 23-site system. So any sort of coverage issues that the jail may be having right now would be dramatically diminished. And I don't believe that we really have coverage issues. We have other issues that are taking place there right now. Motorola, as we speak, is actually at the jail doing signal testing in the 2 locations that the jail was complaining that there were problems. Above and beyond that, when I walked in the room, I met with the COBA president and brought the chiefs outside as well, and we're going to establish a committee to sit down with representatives from the communications section from the jail, as well as representatives from the COBA union and representatives from the Chief of Support's office. Sit down, they'll bring back whatever issues and problems they're having, and Motorola, by the way, and any issues that they have, we will run down and ensure that they get remedied at a much faster pace.
Terrific. I truly appreciate that. And just one other quick question. from what I understand, the frequency that we're using now is going to be discontinued by the state or something. Maybe I'm not saying
I can
as
explain it to you.
sophisticated as you can. Okay. So is there any way that we can get any kind of reimbursement or funding through any types of grants because of that situation?
Okay, so the actual contract itself was, one of the impetuses here was the 2012 Middle Class Tax Reduction and Job Creation Act. In that act is the reason why we have to abandon the 500 frequency. They're taking it away and they're giving it to television stations. On February 2021, so in about 2.5 months, the auctions begin for the 500 megahertz. In the law, it says the proceeds from those auctions are to be made available to defer the cost to the jurisdictions that have to roll off of the 500 megahertz. So it's in the law. There are no realized proceeds right now because they haven't auctioned it yet. And then the federal government is supposed to promulgate rules and regulations for the distribution of those funds based upon need.
It's great. So that's a possibility that we will be getting some type of
there is,
federal.
yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I hope someone keeps an eye on that because we should really make sure that we get our share.
Yeah, Motorola is actually has lobbyists in there for that. I have made aware our personnel accounting as well as our grant section. So we'll be monitoring the situation to see when that actually takes place.
Thank you, and you did a very professional job today.
Thank you. I'm trying my best not to think about that.
Sometimes that's the best thing to do.
Let me just reiterate, obviously, one of the major concerns is safety. Police officers, of our correctional officers, etc. The fact that you came back here to make this the representations, your commitment is extraordinary to the officers and residents of this county. And I don't know if any of us could do what you're doing right now. So,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. I appreciate that.
I don't know if Ryan Sullivan, the president of COBA, wanted to add anything, but it's heartening to hear that you're going to be included, their representatives in the committee.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I know this is a very keep my mask on, I guess. It's a very tough time dealing with this. I certainly give my heartfelt condolences to Chief Walsh on the passing of his father. I know his father for many years, working for the county with public safety. And I can relate what he's going through because I think I've said it before here at the Ledge, my own brother died of COVID on April 1st, and I had a first cousin that died of it about a month later. So that's why we're all wearing masks. That's why we're all here. This thing is not a joke. So take it completely seriously because it hits home numerous times. If I could just, I don't want to hold Chief Walsh here. I know he's got to go address his family and be with them. I had a whole statement prepared here for things that I'm going to do, but I'm not going to hold him up with this in case you had any questions. My main thing that I just wanted to put on the record here today is that for years we've had a lot of problems with our radios. Going back to when Sheriff Spizzato was here, when Sheriff Flood was here, the old system would go down like a computer system goes down. The whole system goes down and we're left without radios. I had hoped that this was all going to be rectified this year when we were getting this whole new system was rolled out. It was the rollout that was put into place the beginning of July, around July 9th, I believe it went online. And the only problem is that from that point on, we started having different problems with the radios. There was problems with sporadic broadcast outages where certain people could not hear broadcasts that were coming from our dispatchers. So, there was routine tests were being done all over the place, and Motorola was saying it wasn't them. We still had Eastern Communications here. I believe they're still here to a certain extent. I may be wrong on that end. I know they're supposed to be out by the end of the year. But both of those systems were saying that their stuff is up and running, and a lot of it was being attributed to user error on our officers' part, except it kept happening. It kept happening, it kept happening, it kept happening. We were having alarms that we weren't hearing, radio alarms, emergency alarms for medical reasons for the inmates. Officers were involved in altercations with inmates because the inmates were fighting. And we just kept having these issues, and there would be test after test, and it kept coming back saying that everything was fine. It was finally conveyed to me within the last couple of weeks, because these issues seem to be stepping up more in frequency, that there is definitely a problem somewhere related to the programming of this somehow. It just wasn't meshing. I want to make it absolutely clear that I am here in full support of this item that's on the agenda today. And as the chief said, it's a large ticket item. I'm in full support of it, and I'm hopeful that the implementation of that is going to get rid of a lot of these issues. But we haven't been able to figure out what's causing the issues at the jail now, and we're kind of sitting here with our rear end in the breeze a little bit. With that being said, I filed a class action grievance on Friday for health and safety in the contract, that these issues that we weren't getting to the core of what was causing all these problems with the radios. You'd have two people standing next to each other with their radios programmed exactly the same way, the volume on exactly the same way. A broadcast would go out from our dispatch, and one would hear it, the other one doesn't hear. Then when they repeat back, they don't know how to report back, because some of them aren't hearing the broadcast from Central, and it's just something that I can't allow to go on. I can't allow it to go on without addressing it from my end, and I certainly hope that this item that's here today will help fix it, but we got to find what's causing the issue now before we wait for the rest of this stuff to be implemented. We talked about, and I did have a conversation with Chief Walsh, we're going to form a committee, and I certainly hope that the police department, the sheriff's department, whether anybody else wants to be involved, I'm not sure if DPW, OEM, or any of those people are experiencing any of the same issues with the radios. But I'd like to definitely form this committee sooner than later. I know it's holiday season and all that stuff, but with these outages, this is definitely something that needs to be addressed, and I would certainly ask if any of the legislators here would like to be a part of that committee also, because that's how a lot of things get pushed along, especially when there's big ticket items coming. I would appreciate that. So
I'm sure we'll have members of the majority and minority would like to.
Correct. That's who I'm addressing, both sides. So just to have it on the record, I filed the class action grievance, and we're going to have this committee together, and we need to sooner or later get to the bottom of this issue. And I appreciate your time, and again, my condolences to Chief Walsh and his family. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Chief Walsh? Again, thank you.
Would you like me to clear up anything that Brian said? I could give you a little bit of clarity on some of the things that have already been taking place. I'm okay to be here if you need me to be. I'll take a moment if you want me to. No? Okay. Again, thank you very much for your considerations today.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. All right. Is there any public comment on the contracts that have been called to this point? Hearing none, I am going to now call the contracts that remain that have not previously been tabled and or voted upon. So that includes B22, E158, E159, E60, E61, E16. I'm sorry, those should be ones. E158, E159, E160, E161, E167, E168, E170, E63, I'm sorry, I keep doing it. E163, E169, E141, E172, E157, E166, E165, B18. All those in favor of those contracts signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously, and we will put the Rules Committee in recess until the other committees finish their work.
We will be calling Public Safety Committee in about 30 seconds. All right, at this time, I will call Public Safety Committee to order, and I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Public Safety Committee, roll call. Legislator Deborah Muley.
Here.
Legislator Sheila Bino. Ranking Member Delia DeRiggi-Witten. Legislator John Ferretti Jr. Legislator Vincent Muscarella.
Here.
Vice Chairman Stephen Rhodes. Chairwoman Denise Ford. We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. There are 3 items on the agenda today, which are clerk item numbers 363-20, 366-20, and 369-20. Clerk item number 363-20 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Probation. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Rhodes, second by Legislator Ferretti. The item is before us. All right, who's here to speak about item 363?
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Ford and members. This is Douglas Landsman, Nassau Probation. The item before you, number 363-20, is our annual Stop DWI grant. This is provided by the Nassau County Traffic Safety Committee. Nassau County Traffic Safety Board, for $235,000. This grant supports monthly victim impact panels, off-hour field operations, surveillance of DWI offenders suspected of driving without licenses and/or ignition interlocks, and the use of SCRAM devices to remotely monitor high-risk offenders, whereabouts, and abstinence. The grant also covers 1 probation officer and related fringe, as well as overtime funding for multiple officers.
Thank you. Any debated discussion for the legislators? No. Any public comment? All right, none. All right, all those in favor of passing this, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the item passes unanimously.
Thank you. I wish everybody a good holiday.
Thank you. You too. All right,
Thank you.
stay healthy,
Thank you.
please.
Be safe. Thank you all.
Okay, you're welcome. All right, clerk item numbers 366-20 and 369-20 are ordinances supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the medical examiner. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. The items are before us. Who is here from the administration to speak about these items?
It's Timothy Hahn from Medical Examiner's Office. Item 36620 is a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $5,000 from New York State Division of Homeland Security. It's a 2020 Arson Laboratory Improvement Program. Funding will be used under this grant to enhance the effectiveness in testing for fire debris, in particular to fund equipment in that analysis. Item number 36920 is a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $33,801. It is for the 2021 New York State Department of Health Enhanced Postmortem Toxicology Testing Grant. This is a federal pass-through grant from the Centers for Disease Control. It will be used to enhance the effectiveness of testing, in particular for illicit and prescribed drugs, such as benzodiazepines and opiates. It will be used to supplement the purchase of supplies, equipment, and training in regards to this analysis.
Great, thank you for your testimony. Any debated discussion from any of the legislators? All right, any public comment? Okay, so all in favor of passing 366-20 and 369-20, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, these items pass unanimously. There is no other business in front of this committee, so can I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Legislator Freddy and seconded by Legislator Rhodes. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. This committee is now adjourned. And planning will be next. This time I will call the Planning, Development, and Environment Committee to order, and I will ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Planning, Development, and the Environmental Committee, roll call. Legislator Carrier Solage. Legislator Solage. Legislator Sela Bino. Ranking Member Arnold Drucker.
Here.
Legislator Denise Ford. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Vice Chairman Thomas McKevitt. Chairwoman Laura Schaefer.
Here.
We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you. We have one item on the agenda. The item is clerk number 357-20. It's a local law to amend the county government law of Nassau County to require public notification of the meetings and agendas for the Nassau County Planning Commission. Can I have a motion, please? Moved by Legislator McKevitt, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. Okay. This item is before us. I think I'm just going to read about it.
This is Carrie Salages. I apologize.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Legislator Solage is on.
Hello. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the approvals and recommendations of the county's Planning Commission have a profound impact on the development of communities within its jurisdiction. Accordingly, it is within the best interest of Nassau County residents to require the Planning Commission to publish and distribute its agenda in a manner that maximizes its transparency. Pursuant to the proposed local law before us, the Nassau County Planning Commission must publish its agenda at least once a week prior to an approval, recommendation, or vote. Also, the Commission must establish and maintain an email notification system on the official website of the county so individuals may request to be emailed agendas for either specific or all meetings. These requested agendas must be emailed at least 1 week prior to a Planning Commission meeting. Finally, the Planning Commission's public hearing notices must be forwarded to the elected officials representing the town, city, or village where the subject property is located, as well as the legislator representing the legislative district where the subject property is located. Is there any debate or discussion among the legislators? Okay, there's none. Is there any public comment? Mr. Sally.
Sean Sally, Deputy Commissioner, Nassau County Department of Public Works. Legislators, thank you for the proposal and the fact that it seeks to expand transparency and notification to the public with regard to potential cases that come before the Commission and may affect and will affect the public. The Commission, the Nassau County Planning Commission, asked that I present a few comments and concerns with the proposed local law. Essentially, it breaks out into two key issues. The first being the 7-day sort of closure or lockout period for the agenda, most of the items and matters that come before the commission are set within 7 days of the meeting. So that comes in the form of subdivision applications, OSPAC hearings and meetings, and any environmental reviews. The one exception to that is the municipal zoning referrals that are submitted to the county from the municipality in whatever time frame they receive the applications. So generally we have hearings once every 3 weeks. Through the pandemic, we've been having meetings every 2 meetings a sequence. So we have a few more, but the point is, if a matter comes to the county from a municipality that is within that 7-day period, we may not be able to include it on that upcoming hearing. And what that does is it sort of has a snowball effect where the local municipality may not be able to take action on that zoning issue until after the planning commission votes, which could be 30 days later, right, the following meeting. So that could potentially delay local approvals by roughly a month. Publishing the agenda 7 days in advance is absolutely doable. We've actually published our draft agenda for this week's meeting last Thursday evening. So we absolutely agree with that additional notice period, and we look forward to making those agendas even more available. On the email list, I think it's just from a administrative standpoint. We do post our agendas online. We can certainly do an email listserv, right? So somebody can go on the website and ask to be part of that listserv and then get blasted the agenda every meeting. I think, though, the legislation calls for essentially 2 different lists. One list for folks who want just the upcoming agenda, the other list for folks who want every single agenda. So if it's possible, if we could just have one list where everybody gets every agenda. If they do not wish to receive it going forward, they just, ask to opt out, and we can certainly do that. So those are the 2 sort of big ticket items. And thank you for your review.
Thank you, Mr. Sally. I think that's something that we can accomplish.
Thank you.
Legislator McKevitt had something to say.
Yes, Ms. Sally. Just a couple of questions.
Certainly.
So as you mentioned beforehand, much of the work of the Planning Commission deals with subdivision applications or lot line adjustments. And for those, the applicant is generally required, I guess, maybe about 10 days or 2 weeks beforehand to give notification to, I think, about 100, 200-foot radius in that regard anyway. So as far as those concerned, that wouldn't, I guess, be an issue for you getting the 7-day notice. But on the zoning referrals, if I remember the general municipal law correctly, is if a municipality refers it to you, you have to determine it within 30 days. And if not, I think you actually lose jurisdiction over the application at that point. So I think your point is that if you were stuck by the 7-day rule and you miss it, then the county will lose the entire ability to go and weigh its, concerns or objections regarding a plan. So we should have some sort of, I guess, exception for just a zoning referral. So would that be your point?
That's correct.
Okay.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we'll also discuss doing that as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there's no other public comment. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Okay, the item passes unanimously. There actually is also one item on the addendum. May I have a motion to suspend the rules? Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator McKevitt. All those in favor of suspending the rules signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, the rules are suspended. Okay, clerk, item number 357-20 is an ordinance making certain determination pursuant to the State Environmental Review Act and authorizing the county executive on behalf of the County of Nassau to execute an easement agreement between the County of Nassau and the Port Washington Water District of certain premises in North Hills, Town of North Hempstead, County of Nassau, New York. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by legislator Salages. Okay, this item is here before us. Who's here to speak? Mr. Schneider.
Good afternoon. Brian Schneider, Deputy County Executive. Legislator, can I just ask you to repeat that item number? Because I have clerk item number 375-20.
You're right, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was speaking.
I inverted the numbers. My apologies. 375-20.
No problem. So item 375-20, this is an ordinance to authorize the County of Nassau to grant an easement to the Port Washington Water District to construct and operate a water treatment facility, water treatment facility at Christopher Morley Park. The sole purpose of this easement will be to allow the Port Washington Water District to construct and operate this water treatment facility and related appurtenances. The main purpose is to remove harmful contaminants such as 1,4-dioxane from the water supply to enhance the public health and safety in the district's geographic area. The easement shall terminate and the water treatment plant removed when it is no longer necessary to remove the harmful contaminants from the water supply. The county legislature previously passed a home rule message on July 13th of this year, and the state of New York has authorized the necessary parkland alienation, and that was done on August 24th of this year. The easement will provide for a payment to the county in the sum of $459,000 to be used solely for capital improvements at Christopher Morley Park. Does anybody have any questions?
I just have one question for you. Can those funds be allocated for any other capital project or use, or it's just solely for that?
Solely for Eisenhower Park improvements.
Christopher Morley Park.
Oh, what did I say?
Christopher Morley.
I'm sorry, Christopher Morley Park, yes.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other legislators have any other questions or comments? Okay, is there any public comment on this item? There being none, all in favor of item number 375-20, please signify by stating aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously, and there's no other business in front of this committee, so can I have a motion to adjourn? So moved by Legislator McKevitt, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, this committee is now adjourned. Health and Social Services is next.
Members of the Health Committee would please come to the table. And I would ask the clerk to please take the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Health and Social Service Committee roll call. The legislator, Josh Lafazan. Legislator Lafazan. Legislator Arnold Drucker.
Here.
Ranking Member Delia DeRiggi Whitten. Legislator C. William Gaylord III.
Present.
Legislator Laura Schaefer. Vice Chairman James Kennedy. Chairwoman Rosemarie Walker.
Here.
We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, there are...
Sorry, this is Josh Lafazan. It wasn't working before. I'm here.
Thank you. Corrected.
There are 7 items on the original agenda that we will be calling first. I'm going to call the first 3 items, the first 4 items together that deal with human services. Clerk item 358-20 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Human Services. 359-20, an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Human Services. 360-20, an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Human Services. And 361-20, an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Human Services. May I have a motion, please? by Legislator Kennedy, seconded by Legislator DeWidge-Witten. And do we have anyone speaking on these items? Yes, Katie, you're the lucky one.
Katie Horst from the administration. Brian Hall, are you on? You're very choppy.
It's the grant for $3,980,000. It's 100.
Brian, we really can't understand you.
Andy Persick, Office of Management and Budget. I will substitute the best I can for Mr. Hall. The first item is a supplemental appropriation for the Department of Mental Health in the amount of $3.9 million. This is an annual recurring grant that we get, a supplemental that we get annually.
Okay. And this grant is for?
For mental health services.
Okay. Are there any questions from the legislators? Any public comment? Okay, 359-20.
This is another supplemental appropriation in an amount of $13.5 million, again for the Office of Mental Health for the year of January 2021 through December 2021. It's for mental health services from the New York State Department of Mental Health.
Any questions from the legislators? Any public comment? Item 360-20.
This item is a supplemental appropriation for the Office of Chemical Dependency in the amount of $23.2 million. It's for addiction support services, and it's for the years starting January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021.
And any questions by the legislators? Any public comment? Clerk, item 361-20.
Clerk item 361-20 appropriates a supplemental appropriation at approximately $5.1 million. It's for the office for the methadone maintenance treatment, and the period starts January 1st through December 31st. These are all recurring grants that we get annually. We're doing the preemptive for 2021, so that's why I think Brian put them on the calendar so that we can start spending the money in January.
Right. And we're all set to go with it.
Yes, that's
Thank
correct,
you.
legislator.
Any questions by the legislators? Any public comment? Okay, then hearing none. And Andy, thank you for stepping in.
My pleasure, legislators.
We'll vote on items 358-20, 359-20, 360-20, and 361. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, they will move on to finance. Our next three items are with the Department of Health. Clerk, item 364-20 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Health. 365-20, an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Health. And 374-20, an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Health. We have a motion, please, by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Drucker.
Good afternoon. It's Mary Ellen Lorraine from the Department of Health. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mary Ellen. Thank you.
Okay. Item 364-20 is a supplemental appropriation. It's in the amount of $198,425. This is for our childhood lead poisoning prevention grant. This is fully funded through the New York State Department of Health, and its mission is to reduce the prevalence of blood lead levels in children.
Any questions?
Item.
Any questions by the legislature on that item? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Item 365-20 is a supplemental appropriation. It's in the amount of $5.6 million. This is for the Ryan White program. This is 100% grant funded through the United States Department of Health and Human Services. The funding provides comprehensive health and human services for people living with HIV, AIDS in Nassau and Suffolk County. Nassau County, through an intergovernment agreement with Suffolk, is the grantee, and the United Way provides the administration of the grant.
Okay, and item 374-20?
Item 375-20 is a supplemental appropriation. It's in the amount of $490,000. It's for our Sexually Transmitted Disease Intervention Services grant. This is fully funded through New York State Department of Health, and its mission is to confirm and treat sexually transmitted disease infections.
Okay, and that was item 374-20, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Rain from the legislators? Any public comment? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of items 364, 365, and 374-20 signify by saying aye. Any abstain?
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstains? They will move on to finance. Okay, we have one other item on the agenda, and I need a motion to suspend the rules by legislator Schaefer and seconded by legislator Dirigi Witten. All in favor of suspending the rules signify by saying aye.
Aye.
This is clerk item 408-20. This is a resolution directing the Nassau County Department of Health to comply with the New York State Department of Health interim guidance on mandatory COVID-19 testing in public and non-public schools located in areas designated as yellow zones under the New York State Cluster Action Initiative as issued on October 9, 2020 and updated on November 12, 2020. May I have a motion, please? By legislator Schaefer, seconded by legislator Dirigi Witten. All right, and I guess we just speak on it. Or you want me to just speak on it? All right, as you know, several areas in Nassau County have been designated as yellow zones already. In those yellow zones, one way for the schools to remain open is to have 20% of the students and staff tested regarding COVID. And we need to have, the schools have the option of hiring someone on the outside. I guess they have three options that are state mandated. This would be one of them. And many of our school districts have reached out to legislators saying that, you know, we need to be able to have this from Nassau County to follow the state guidelines and be able to move forward and to have our schools remain open. What we're going to do today is move this forward, and then we have some questions that need to be answered, and in our full legislature, we will, you know, bring this back. So today it's basically moving forward with this, and again, have some of those questions addressed, and it'll come before the full leg next week. So all those in favor of moving this forward, does anybody have any questions or comments? The legislators? Any public comment? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? No, so this will again move forward to the Rules Committee. All right, we do have to go back. There was one more item, I apologize, on the regular agenda. It was item 379-20, which was a resolution to authorize a transfer of appropriations made within the budget for the year 2020. May I have a motion, please? By Legislator Kennedy, seconded by Legislator Lafferty. Is there anyone that can speak on that?
Item 379, this is Bob McManus from the Budget Office.
Oh, okay.
Item 379 is a budget transfer in the amount of $200,000 to enable the district to, from AA salaries to DD general expenses, which will enable the district attorney's office to cover higher than anticipated witness protection expenses, information technology, and miscellaneous supplies expenses due to the COVID pandemic from our approved 2020 budget.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Any legislators with any questions? Any public comment? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of item 379-20 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? So this too will move on to finance. And thank you, and I apologize I missed that before.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. There is no other business before this committee. May I have a motion to adjourn? By Legislator Kennedy, seconded by Legislator DeRiggi. All in favor? Signify by saying aye. The next committee is Governmental Services.
Don't worry. All right.
The members of the Government Services and Operations Committee, please come out to the chamber. Okay, at this time I will call the Government Services and Operations Committee. I will ask the clerk to take the roll.
Thank you, Chairman. Government Service and Operation Committee roll call. Legislator Carrie Salage.
Here. Here.
Legislator Joshua Lafazan.
Here.
Ranking Member Arnold Drucker.
Here.
Legislator John Ferretti. Legislator Thomas McKevitt. Vice Chairman Denise Ford. Chairman James Kennedy.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you. There is one item on the agenda today. It's clerk item 362-20. Clerk item 362-20 is a resolution to review and consider the 2020-2021 Nassau County Shared Services and Taxpayer Savings Plan as required by Article 12-1 of the General Municipal Law and Part BBB of Chapter 59 of the Laws of the State of New York of 2017. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Drucker. Okay, this item is before us. Who is here from the administration to speak about the item?
Good afternoon. Allison Malamy, Deputy Commissioner of Shared Services.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good.
The Department of Shared Services, in conjunction with the Rockefeller Institute of Government, is pleased to present you the draft 2021 Shared Services and Taxpayer Savings Plan. It identifies ways our county, cities, towns, villages, and special districts can cooperate and share resources in order to maximize savings for our taxpayers. The 2021 plan is a continuation of the 2020 plan, whose implementation was interrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic response. That plan provided a broad range of initiatives to implement on a case-by-case basis. Despite the delays and shifting priorities associated with COVID-19, we were able to make progress on several of our 10 proposed initiatives from the 2020 plan, including energy efficiency projects such as LED streetlight conversions, computer-aided dispatch systems for local police departments, digitize NASA, in quotes, and IT, and other IT and records management projects, town waste and recycling contracts. On top of the ongoing work on these initiatives, next year we expect to implement new solar energy and EV charging station projects, roll out our joint purchasing and shared equipment portal, and debut centralized contracts and licensing, particularly for IT projects. The Nassau County Shared Services Panel, consisting of the county executive, village and city mayors, and our town supervisors, will be voting on the 2021 plan on December 16th. Given the continued support and interest from our municipalities, we expect another unanimous vote of approval.
Thank you. Any debate or discussion? I just had a quick question. The proposed savings for all the participating municipalities, or is this for Nassau County alone?
It's for all of the municipalities, all
okay.
the joint projects.
Based on anticipated savings, how much funding does the county anticipate receiving from the state?
It really depends on the projects that are realized in 2021. It's hard to judge. So this is Rockefeller Institute of Government giving us this analysis. And we were slowed down a little bit last year due to the pandemic response, but we're hoping we've done a lot of prep work and a lot of legwork, and we're hoping 2021 will have great savings.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Any public comment? Okay. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. The item passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. There's no other business in front of this committee. May I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Lafazan. All those in favor? Okay. This committee is adjourned. Sorry. Next is Minority Affairs.
All right, we'll call the Minority Affairs Committee to order. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minority Affairs Committee roll call. Legislator Deborah Muley.
Here.
Legislator Kavan Abrahams.
Here.
Thank you. Ranking Member Carrier Salage.
Here.
Legislator Denise Ford. Legislator James Kennedy. Vice Chairman Rosemarie Walker. Chairman Stephen Rhodes.
And I am present. We have a quorum. We have one item to consider by addendum, but first I'll have to ask for the rules to be suspended. Do I have a motion? A motion by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Kennedy. All those in favor of suspending the rules, please signify so by saying aye. Those opposed say nay. All right, the rules are suspended. We have one item on the calendar. It's clerk item number 393-20, an ordinance to require the waiver of fees related to the modification of deeds containing racially restrictive covenants. Do we have a motion? Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Ford. We have no one to speak on this item. It's actually a majority piece of legislation. During the early to mid-1900s, racially restrictive covenants were written into real property instruments. For example, to stop individuals of certain races or religions from purchasing, mortgaging, or occupying real property. For example, deeds prohibited non-white individuals from purchasing real property. This obviously was a horrible and racist practice, and these covenants represent a painful time in our nation's history. In 1948, the Supreme Court held that racially restrictive covenants were not enforceable by the courts, and as a result of the Fair Housing Act of 1968, use of racially restricted covenants was banned. And while racially restrictive covenants are illegal and unenforceable, they continue to exist today in some deeds in Nassau County, generally unbeknownst to the owners, and may have a chilling effect upon the unrestricted and open sale of property to all persons regardless of race. To remove this language, the deeds must be legally modified, and the proposed ordinance encourages residents to have this language removed by waiving any fees that are associated by any county department, charging that fee in order to remove those covenants. Is there any debate or discussion on the bill among the legislators? Is there any public comment?
This is Legislator Szilagyi. This is Legislator Szilagyi, ranking member. Thank you. No, I appreciate the spirit of this bill. As you may recall, earlier this year in July, we initiated a bill with a similar goal. And of course, didn't receive a courteous response from the administration as to the feasibility of the bill. But I appreciate nevertheless you filing this on Friday and us being notified today. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Legislator Szilagyi. Thank you. Are there any other comments from the legislators? And is there any public comment? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of clerk item number 393-20, please signify so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The item is agreed to and moves to the Rules Committee. There being no further business to be conducted, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Ford. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. We stand adjourned. Finance is next.
Okay, members of the Finance Committee, I see that most of us are here. I'll call the roll. Mr. Muscarella? Okay, Mr. McCavitt is here. Ms. Walker? Ms. Birnbaum?
Here.
Mr. Drucker?
Here. Here.
And Mr. Lafazan? Mr. Lafazan? Mr. Muscarella?
Here.
Okay.
This is Josh.
I'm sorry? Did we have both of you?
Muscarella's here.
Okay, we have everyone. We have a quorum. Thank you. All right, we have a number of items. I'm going to first call the items for which we have consent, and I'll call them all together, and then we'll proceed to the other ones. Number 358, 359, 360, 361, 363, 364, 365, 366, 369, 374, and 375, and 379. Motion by for those items is by Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Ms. Birnbaum. All those in favor of those items signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Those items pass unanimously. Thank you. Okay. We'll go to the other items on the calendar. 354, which is a resolution to authorize a transfer of appropriations.
Good afternoon, Andy Persick, Office of Management and Budget. This item just appropriates some monies to cover some shortages that we're going to anticipate in the end of the year budget. There's various departments, mostly between social services and the Department of Public Works. The total amount of the transfer is $975,000.
All right. That motion is by Ms. Walker and seconded by Mr. Drucker, by the way. Are there any debate, any discussion? Okay, thank you. We'll vote on these at the end. Number 355 is authorizing the county executive to execute an agreement with NIFA, with Nassau County Interim Finance, in relation to return to New York State Controller certain sales tax revenue to enable the state to make distressed provider assistance account payments. That motion is made by Ms. Walker and seconded by Mr. Lafazette. Andy?
Andy Persick, again, Office of Management and Budget. This item is similar to when we did the agreement with the AIM payments for sales tax, because we have a control board. They intercept our sales tax, but the legislation didn't give them the authority to do that. So this item is similar to the AIM legislation, where we're giving them the ability to transfer the funds back to the state. In absence of that, we can't do that, and it's for the distressed hospitals portion of the sales tax that's being taken away from the county as a result of it. So.
Any discussion, legislators? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of this item signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, that is unanimous. Number 367 is supplemental to appropriations ordinance connection with the legislative majority. It's just the funding of the legislative majority. Any debate or discussion on that item? The motion is made again by Mr. Muscarella and seconded by Mr. Drucker. Any debate or discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. That's unanimous. 368 is supplemental to Parks, Recreations, and Museums. Motion by Ms. Birnbaum, seconded by Mr. McKevitt.
Victoria Queso from the Department of Parks. This is a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $50,000 received from Blaze Historic Hudson Valley, and it will be used for capital and program enhancements at OBVR.
Any questions, debate, or discussion? Yes, Mr. McKevitt.
Yeah, I was just curious as to how the $50,000 amount was arranged out. Was that as part of like a gross percentage of proceeds from the event, or how is it determined?
I believe that is their permit fee as per their use and occupancy permit that was approved.
So it was a flat fee?
Yes.
Fee? Okay.
Yeah, flat fee.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Yes, Ms. Birnbaum.
Just curious, what is that Blaze program that'll be at Old Bethpage? Could you elaborate?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
What is the Blaze program that?
Oh, so Blaze is it's like a jack-o'-lantern show. I guess it's much more elaborate than just the word show. But they have one in Hudson Valley, which is why they're named the Historic Hudson Valley. And they brought it to OBVR this past year. It was there from about, I want to say, October through mid-November, I believe.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah, Ms. Walker.
Just to comment, from anyone who did attend that, they did say it was a wonderful event. I mean, I did not attend it, but that was the what I heard from people who did go. So, just that you are aware of that.
Chairman Capel?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Drucker.
Yeah, I also would like to just say I did attend the event, and it was an amazing event. I was impressed it was actually crowded for like 5 days in a row. It was an amazing thing. The feedback from families who brought their children there, it was all very, very impressive, very well done. You felt like you were in, Disney World or something like that. It was just really a very, very extensive program that just went on and on. It was you needed a long time to get through this, and it was well worth it.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of this item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, we're unanimous. The next 1, 2, 3, 4 items, 370, 371, 372, 373, are OMB transfers of appropriations. Motion on those items is by Mr. Muscarella, seconded by Ms. Birnbaum. Randy, is that you?
Good afternoon. Mary Ellen Lorraine from the Department of Health. Item 370-20, it's a board transfer. It's in the amount of $17,205. It's a New York State grant funded program. It has no impact on the overall budget. It's to maximize our reimbursement.
Okay, and 371?
Item 371 is in the board transfer in the amount of $1,128. Again, this is a grant funded program. It has no impact on the overall budget. It's to maximize our reimbursement.
372?
Item 372-20 is in the amount of, it's a transfer in the amount of $50,000. As said before, it's grant funded, no impact on the budget, and it's to maximize our reimbursement.
373?
373 is a transfer in the amount of $125,000. Again, this is New York State Department of Health grant funding and has no impact on the budget, and it's to maximize grant reimbursement.
Okay, thank you. Do any legislators have any comments or questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of those items, please say aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
Those items unanimous. We're going to 380. 380, 381, I think we'll wait until the end because they will require an executive session. Let's see. 382 is ratifying a memorandum of agreement making certain amendments to the collective bargaining agreement with between the County of Nassau and Nassau Community College. Motion on that by Ms. Walker, seconded by Mr. Lafazan. Anyone here on that one? Going once.
Katie Horst from the administration. I believe Chris Nicolino from Labor Relations in the college should be on.
I am.
Okay. Would you identify yourself and speak to the item, please?
Mr. Gross from the college is here also.
Well, go ahead, please.
Chris, is that you?
It is.
Can you just identify yourself for the record and give an overview of the item?
Sure. I was going to let John Gross from the college, who negotiated this for the college, present. He's on the line, and here he comes now.
Good afternoon. I'm John Gross. I'm outside counsel to Nassau Community College. And what you have before you is a 2-year settlement of the Nassau Community College Federation of Teachers contract. We were able to work out a relatively short-term agreement for 2 years that dealt with 2 unfortunate economic circumstances that became apparent once we began negotiations that dictated that we try to achieve as low a settlement as possible in a relatively short period of time. First, the college has become aware that our enrollment has continued to decline greater than anticipated. And I'm sure, as the legislators know, funding for the college is essentially premised on three areas. One is county contribution, the second is state aid, and the third is tuition. And with diminution in enrollment as a result, we think of the COVID crisis, that led us to sit down with the teachers, the faculty, to see if we could achieve some kind of accommodation. The second problem is through, and I'm sure you're aware of it, the state of New York and the threat that unless there is substantial increase in funding to states and local municipalities in the form of a federal funding bill, the state has indicated to SUNY and to the college through SUNY that we could face up to a 20% reduction in state aid from the state, which of course would be very problematic. That the first tranche of that has been implemented, although it has not been made, decision has not yet been made that that's final, but the anticipation is that we will face something of a reduction. So the negotiations with the association, and I have to certainly extend the appreciation of the college to the faculty, resulted in a contract that, from one perspective, is essentially a no increase, except for the equivalent of step increment. Most educational institutions provide for an incremental structure that takes staff members upwards of 20 years to achieve top salary. They're hired at a somewhat lower, substantially lower rate. And every year they're entitled to receive a step increment depending upon whether they're an instructor, assistant professor, professor. And the gross cost of that is the equivalent of 2% of base payroll. The contract does provide that the association has to negotiate for increment, but just about every prior contract, with a couple of exceptions, increment ends up being part of the deal along with a COLA or across-the-board increase. The seeming going rate in educational institutions for across-the-board increases were ranging from 1% to 2%. The cost of increment 2%. So if we were to have followed a traditional pattern, but for these unfortunate, unanticipated circumstances, the settlement would be, as referred to in the education labor area, as 2% plus increment, which would be a total of 4%. We've been able to negotiate, however, a modification of increment to the extent that for the next 2 years, unit members will only receive 1/2 the value of increment. So in essence, it'll take them 2 years to move one step. We also added a 1% increase to each of those 2 years. So on a yearly basis, the equivalent is merely the 2%. It's equivalent of just granting increment. So we were pleased with that. It falls within the budgetary constraints, notwithstanding the concerns that I expressed earlier. There are other aspects to the agreement that are favorable to the college. One actually is favorable to the county. You have a new reporting system, and we had to make sure that that was complied with, and the association agreed to that. And we had a provision for sick notes from physicians only after 20 days of consecutive absences, which obviously is a very difficult prospect. That has been reduced to only 5 days. A very important other item is we are obviously required to continue evaluation, supervision of teaching staff. As I'm sure all of you know, the college was forced during the COVID crisis to present to the students instruction virtually. That creates some significant issues relative to the federal statute, but also in just simple logistics in being able to observe classes. We're able to work that out where we obviously can attend these remote classes. When I say we, I mean the administration, by advance notice with traditional methodology. If there's an identification of a difficulty in the part of the instructor or professor, it will, and after an opportunity to improve, we're permitted to, under the contract now, to do unannounced observations on a virtual basis. We also established a committee with the association to come back to the college with recommendations for establishment of criteria for promotion of non-classroom faculty, which at the current time is essentially done based on a mere service basis. We've another joint committee to study what's called the LINK program, which is an immersive foreign language, English as a second language, so to speak, program. And finally, we reached an accord with the association on a number of what are called temporary lines, which are established every year to backfill temporary vacancies. Those appointments can continue until 5 years, and they morph into probationary appointments. We came up with a reduced number. We agreed with the association to restore or to employ, so to speak. It provides expressly that it's only a 1-year appointment, and it expires at the end of the 1 year. That is the contours of the settlement. We would respectfully suggest, ask that the legislature approve this. And your role, of course, is legislative body to the joint employer. We are joint employers with the county. The college is a separate institution, and the county and the Board of Trustees, who pays for this, not the Board of Trustees, but the college, has already adopted a resolution granting its legislative approval. And now the county executive has executed it, and now we are, as well as the president of the college, now we're before you for your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Gross. I noticed that you were with us right from the outset from 1 o'clock, for which I thank you.
Forgive me, I'm having a little trouble hearing. I'm
sorry, you don't hear us?
No, I can hear you.
Okay. I said I noticed that you've been with us since the outset, since 1 o'clock, for which I thank you. And I believe you've stayed awake throughout, for which I congratulate you. Do any of the legislators have any questions or comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have something.
Why don't you go ahead, Mr. Drucker?
Thank you. John, always a pleasure to see you. How are you?
Very good.
I just have one question. Does the settlement factor in or account for further possible decline in revenue from the three sources? Does it account for that, John?
Well, it does to the extent that the amount that we were anticipating to have to pay is much lower than what is required for the agreement. Secondly, we are currently engaged in further negotiations that are ongoing right now because we're projecting that we may have to move to consideration of reduction in force, which of course we want to avoid at all costs. So we're looking at many other cost-saving matters that we're negotiating with the faculty association. And I do, again, not to throw too many bouquets, the NCCFT has been utterly understanding the situation the college faces financially. So I'm hopeful that we will be able to garner some modification of cost. We're looking at different factors like early retirement, et cetera.
Yeah, I think that would be advisable. I know that getting the cooperation to garner that support is never an easy task, so I commend you and your job done. But I certainly hope that the college doesn't experience any further unprojected decline in revenue. So I wish you good luck, and thank you, John, and happy holidays to you and your family.
You too. Thank you.
Any other legislators? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? All right, that item is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sure. Jumping back, number 378, which I appear to have skipped, is an ordinance supplemental to OMB. And that motion is made by Mr. Muscarella and seconded by Mr. Drucker.
Andy Persick, Office of Management Budget. This item supplementally appropriates out $4 million from the money received from New York State last year. We anticipating settling claims to save money in the workers' comp fund, workers' comp appropriations, but that didn't appear. So we have additional monies to pay out for medical and indemnity claims that we'll be using this money to pay out with.
Thank you. Any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of 378, signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
383 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a grant agreement, Department of Parks and Oyster Bay Historical Society. And that's moved by Ms. Walker and seconded by Mr. Lafazan.
Victoria Queso with the Department of Parks. This is an amendment to a hotel motel tax grant with the Oyster Bay Historical Society extending their term because due to COVID, they had some delays in completing their project that the funds were supposed to help with. And so they just needed a little bit of extra time. So we're extending the term through December 31st of this year.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item is unanimous. 384 is resolution authorizing restriping of various county roads. That motion is made by Mr. McKevitt and seconded by Ms. Birnbaum.
Good afternoon, Ken Arnold, Public Works. 384 is the New York State Master Agreement for Pavement Markings Phase 12. This agreement obligates $1 million of federal funding to our pavement management program, which is also 80% of what we would spend on this contract.
Thank you. Any questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, that item is unanimous. Number 385 is a grant agreement between the District Attorney Office and the Women's Opportunity Rehabilitation Center. Motion by Mr. Drucker, seconded by Ms. Walker. Anyone here for the District Attorney?
Yes, hi. Bob McManus, District Attorney's Office. This is a 4-month extension of an agreement with the Women's Opportunity Rehabilitation Center Incorporated in Hempstead to provide additional time to utilize funding for the recipient's Women's Offenders Diversion and Reentry Services Program. WORC is a community correction program that offers alternatives to incarceration programs for female offenders in and around Nassau County. These programs allow law enforcement officers to redirect low-level offenders engaged in drugs, prostitution, and other unlawful activity to community-based services instead of jail and prosecution.
And the reason you have it separate for women and men is what? Why is this a separate program, special for women?
Is the question, why is this program limited to women?
Yes.
Okay. This is a program that was initially formed to serve women in this situation, and it has been its mission since its inception.
Which doesn't really answer the question, but okay. It seems like a worthy program. Any comment or questions? Okay then, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? All right, that item is unanimous. We have a number of addendum items, and we need a motion to suspend the rules by Ms. Walker, seconded by Mr. Drucker. All those in favor of suspending the rules, say aye. Any opposed? The rules are suspended. All right. Let's see. On the first addendum, first item is number 386, which is transfer of appropriations. The motion is made by Mr. Lafazan, seconded by Ms. Walker.
Good afternoon, Mary Ellen Lorraine from the Department of Health. Item 386-20 is a board transfer in the amount of $90,000. This is a 100% grant-funded program, so it doesn't have any impact on the budget. It's necessary to reimburse, to maximize grant reimbursement.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Any public comment? All those in favor of number 386, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, that item is unanimous. 387 is a local law in relation to the Department of Public Works approval of building permits and curb cuts pursuant to Section 239F of the New York State General Municipal Law. I will make that motion and seconded by Ms. Birnbaum. Okay, now what this is about is majority item. What's going on is that Section 239F of the New York State General Municipal Law authorizes counties to involve themselves in certain aspects of building permits, curb cuts, and so forth, to the extent that it affects the county, or the various counties. The Section 239F provides that the county has 10 working days within which it is supposed to respond to or provide its objections to any applications, and the statute further provides that should the county fail to make a report within 10 working days of such reference, the county shall forfeit the right to suspend action. In practice, for many years, Section 239F in the Department of Nassau has been widely disregarded in terms of time periods. The result of this is that building permits are often on curb cuts, sometimes for simple matters, sometimes for more complex buildings, are delayed for many, many months and sometimes even years. Now, this is unacceptable because it imposes enormous costs on builders, on homeowners, on commercial projects, and further, it also prevents the county, in many, many instances, from being able to assess and collect taxes, and other municipal governments for that matter, taxes on completed projects, which results in a significant loss of revenue. Accordingly, this new local law goes much further beyond the state law, and it provides that the county has 30 days, which is 3 times as long. Well, 30 days is not 3 times as long, it's 10 working days, but it's 30 days within which to respond. I would note that there are not that many items that Section 239F really contemplates as being within the purview of the county. It shouldn't be that hard. Therefore, when the county does not respond within 30 days, any fees payable in connection with the application are reduced by 25%. They are reduced by a further 25% for each 10 days following that within which the county does not respond. the time for a county response is extended for any period during which the county is waiting for information or a response from an applicant. When the fees are reduced such that they reach zero, the ordinance will provide now that the approval is deemed granted automatically and the individual municipality may go ahead and proceed. Do we have any comment from any legislators or the administration? Yes, Ms. Birnbaum.
I had the honor of serving on the Blue Ribbon panel that examined the 239F process, and it met several times with business leaders, with the Department of Public Works, with Legislator Schaefer, myself, and others. And after a series of meetings, there was a list of recommendations that would help streamline the process. And at this point, I think we need to learn more about what was implemented and what the average time period is from receiving the application to getting the permit. And I know there's a meeting scheduled, in fact, for tomorrow, where we'll be learning more about what is happening in the Department of Public Works in terms of using computer programs, having additional personnel working on it. But at this point, I don't feel as if we have all the information.
All right. Well, I would respond simply by saying that certainly from, and I will agree that it's anecdotal evidence, but it is one of the more common complaints that I receive and many other legislators receive in terms of the unsupportable delays. Finally, and also I would say that the commission met quite a while ago. Nothing's improved. Again, anecdotally, but we have no evidence that things have improved. Finally, the fact is that were someone to go to court, when I'm talking about an applicant over here, and claim that the county simply has no right to delay beyond the 10 business days, that would probably be granted, possibly, and I'm not an expert at this, it possibly might even be the grounds for a class type action. This gives the county significantly more time. The county should not be involved in many of the aspects of building applications that it does get involved in. It's really a strictly limited series of needs that the county should be looking at, and that is access to public streets and as well as water accumulation and things like that. Beyond that, we should be leaving these things to local building departments. That's their job. They hopefully do a fine job, and it's just not the county's business. There's no evidence that the county is making any significant progress. We've waited far too long. Anyone else?
Well, I would just like to
I'm sorry.
say
Go
that
ahead.
I'd like to see the evidence. I really would like to examine the numbers and see if there has been an improvement since the panel met and came up with a list of recommendations.
Anyone else? All right. Hearing none. All those in favor of... I'm sorry, were you looking to make a
No, I would
motion?
like to say that I'm in favor of making improvements always. I don't know whether this is the proper resolution to do it, but I'd like to hear more from the department and what goes on there.
Well, is the department available? All right. I guess
maybe by the time it gets
we'll have another
to
chance maybe next week. Okay. Anyone else? Hearing none. All those in favor of 387?
I just want to make one other comment.
Sure.
That this resolution came to the legislature late Friday afternoon, so I really don't think there was a lot of time to gather the information between late Friday afternoon and Monday. So I realize the next meeting is a week from now, and that's still only 1 week and a day in terms of working
It shouldn't really take a long time to gather this information. Either they've made very significant progress or they haven't.
Well, I hope to hear on Monday.
Right. Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone
Aye.
opposed? All right. That item passes unanimously. Thank you. Let's see. Number 389 is a local law to amend the administrative code in relation to the collection of unpaid taxes, penalty, and interest by the county treasurer. And that is moved by Ms. Birnbaum, I think it was, and seconded by Ms. Walker. Let's see. What is this item here? Okay, now this item is something that relates. It's again, it's a majority item. It's something that has been presented in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. As everyone knows, the governor issued all the way back in March closures. It was a significant economic downturn. Not news to any of us. The governor issued a directive to assist commercial tenants who are struggling to pay rent, and that directive prohibits the initiation or enforcement of eviction of a commercial tenant if the commercial tenant is having difficulty paying rent. Now, this has, of course, a knock-on effect on the landlords. If they're not collecting rent, then they don't have money to pay taxes. What this item does is it is not suggesting, or it's not providing that that we forgive this tax. What it does is it we don't recover the penalty and interest or selling tax liens so long as the landlord is able to affirm that cannot pay it because of the non-payment of rent. The county treasurers, and therefore the county treasurer cannot initiate this kind of proceeding or enforcement of eviction. The county treasurer inaction cannot be used as proof of rent amounts owed to a commercial landlord. The provisions of this law, it's a temporary law, it expires when the governor's previously described directive expires. So the landlords are still responsible to pay taxes ultimately. The purpose of the legislation is simply to provide some relief to landlords who are struggling financially as a result of the current emergency. Do we have any questions or comments by any of the legislators? Hearing none. All those in favor of 389, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes unanimously. 390 is a local law to create a special revenue fund to assist in finance or payment of tax certiorari settlements and judgments in Nassau County. Now, once again, this is a majority sponsored item, and it is moved by Legislator Walker and is seconded by Legislator Lafazan. What this item does is it creates a special revenue fund. The purpose of this special revenue fund is as follows. The administration has presented us with a request to forward or pass a declaration of need. The declaration of need would signal NYFA to go ahead and make certain adjustments to refinance various bonds of the county in the amount of several hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, the reason for this, that this is being done, is because the administration projects a very significant decrease in sales tax collections, which would impact on our budget, which would in turn perhaps impact on the provision of various services by the county to the public. The projection by the administration is that the decrease in sales tax would be 20%. In fact, the decrease has been in the order of 8%. Now, nobody knows the future, but we are looking at hopefully a vaccine becoming available. We also know that we have, the majority has projected the decrease at a far lower rate. And we also know that sister jurisdictions such as Suffolk has projected a far lower rate than the 20%. Should that which I'm sure every one of us hopes for come to pass, in other words, that we collect far more sales tax than the administration projects, that would be a wonderful thing for many reasons. Obviously, it means that our economy is doing well, and it means that the county in turn is doing well, collecting lots of revenue and has less need. What we are doing in this initiative over here is suggesting that any excess of sales tax that is collected over and above the amount projected by the administration be used in a fiscally responsible manner. Now, what happens is that it happens to be that we have a very large certiorari overhang. People, taxpayers, whether homeowners or commercial tenants or commercial owners, have overpaid and have been adjudicated or have settled, and they're waiting for refunds, and many of these people can use refunds, desperately need the refunds in view of the COVID-19 slowdown. What the further aspect of this that is interesting and important is that the certiorari settlements or judgments in many cases bear an interest rate of 9%, which is far, far higher than we should be paying, or that we should be contemplating, especially if we have a way to pay it off at a lower cost. That should be, in the exercise of fiscal responsibility, one of the very first items that we ought to pay off. So it's not, the initiative suggests merely that we take excess funds over and above the funds that are projected by the administration. These are excess funds. If that happens, we collect these excess funds. That means that our budget will not be in deficit significantly because of the non-collection of sales taxes due to the pandemic. Let's use this money in a responsible and prudent fashion and use it to pay off this debt to people who need it, who want it, and at the same time benefits the county. Do we have any comment from the administration? Any comment from Legislator Birnbaum?
Well, I certainly hope that your economic forecasting is better than that of the administration. And as we have seen to date, Black Friday was flat or even lower than projected. Polls are showing that during the Christmas holiday season, shopping will be done mostly online. And we have no idea when the vaccinations will come to the general populace and the ages of people who are most likely to go shopping in Nassau County. So that could be quite a while, and we'll see whether these sales tax revenues will exceed the administration's forecast, and this fund will even be able to collect revenue. It's very optimistic.
Legislator Birnbaum, I think that no one here disagrees with you in terms of what you hope. We all hope the same thing, and indeed, if the worst should come to pass and the sales tax dollars are not collected and the additional revenue, or the additional, it's not really revenue, but the additional money that would be freed up by this refinance is needed, it's there. This does nothing to prevent that, nothing at all to prevent that. All this is doing is saying that if the money is not needed because the sales tax is there, well then we're going to use it for a good and smart purpose. Anyone else?
No, I just want to comment that
Sure.
the cause is very worthy, and like my comments before in regard to the panel, we're basing a lot of our resolutions on anecdotal and desires, and, you know, I don't think there's a downside to creating the fund, but is it necessary at this point?
Well, there's no downside to creating the fund. We agree with that. There should be no downside. No one should object to it. And is there a need for it? Well, yeah, I think so. There is a need for it because if the best does eventuate and we do have all this extra money, I think this ties up the money. This ties up the money. Doesn't allow us or the administration to go ahead and spend it on other items. It uses the money. It uses, to use an old phrase, the lockbox, which is to be used for a salutary purpose, which is to pay off debt, very high rate debt. So we're taking the extension of current debt. We're taking the money that we derive from that and we're using it to pay off high rate debt, and I can conceive of no more responsible or better use for it. So yeah, I think what we have now is a situation where, as you said, there's no downside to it, and there's a tremendous upside to it, and I think that I would be surprised if anyone were to oppose this. There's no good reason to oppose it that I can conceive.
I agree with you on that. I just hope that there will be money coming into it.
All right, let's see what happens. All right, anyone else? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of item 390, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. That item passes unanimously. Number 391, once again, is a majority-sponsored item, which is a local law to amend Section 21-10.2, Sub 2C of the Nassau County Administrative Code with respect to due process for trade practice violations. Now, this one here is aimed at ensuring that while the rights of the public with respect to not being price gouged are respected and protected, at the same time we don't thereby harm any of our hardworking merchants. Now, this item, which is moved by moved by Legislator Walker and seconded by Legislator Galafazan, provides that the way things work now is the Nassau County Department of Consumer Affairs gets reports of price gouging. Now, there are unscrupulous businesses and individuals that do engage in price gouging, and we all know that, and that's why we have the Department of Consumer Affairs, among other reasons. But there are also upstanding businesses that sometimes charge more and sometimes charge a lot more, and they've got very good reasons. And the reason is that there's a shortage and their suppliers charge them more, and they can't sell it at a loss. Now, we've got to protect the due process rights of these businesses. Now, and the fact that that someone complains about it is just not enough. So what we want to do is have these businesses be informed in writing initially of specific information regarding allegations against them. So The proposed law does several things. It requires the Department of Consumer Affairs Commissioner to post its rules and regulations on the county website. Secondly, prior to issuance of a summons, which alleges unconscionable trade practices, in other words, price gouging, the Department of Consumer Affairs must provide reasonable opportunity for a business to provide evidence that it's not price gouging, including or such as receipts, books and records, showing why it happened. That they are charging more, but they're charging more for good reason, that their profit margin is not unduly different than it was before the disruption of business. Finally, the department must provide a written explanation of charges against the business and evidence that after issuance of summons and within 5 business days prior to a hearing or a conference on the charges, they've got to provide this information. Failure to do this, if they don't provide this information, leads to adjournment of the case in the first instance, and secondly, dismissal on the second instance. Businesses that price gouge should be punished. We have no quarrel about that. But the county must also remember that during a crisis that we're in, such as a crisis that we're in, there are outside forces that sometimes leave a business no choice but to raise prices. And we've got to distinguish between those two groups, and this proposed local law allows us to do so. That's my statement. Do we have any? Yes, Legislator Birnbaum.
I'm just curious if the Commissioner of Consumer Affairs has been in discussions about these improvements.
I'm sorry, I don't hear you.
Has the Commissioner of the Department of Consumer Affairs been consulted to at least discuss these items and to maybe get him to be part of the process of changing the rules in the department? I think everybody would like to hear the answer. Not me personally. I mean, I personally would like to know, but everybody might be interested.
The answer is that the Commissioner is aware of this, and it's under review by his office, and presumably by next week when it's on the full calendar.
Right, but does that mean he just found out about it as a resolution, how to run his department?
Yes, I'm informed that this was filed last week, and when it was filed is when he heard about it.
What day was it filed? Was it also on Friday?
I don't know. It was filed last week. Katie?
Which day?
Katie Horst from the administration. Commissioner May was made aware of it on Friday evening.
Yeah, I just feel at this point I'm hearing a lot of resolutions that are instructing departments of Nassau County's government how to run their departments. Yes, maybe to improve them, but I think perhaps the way we're going about it is not the correct procedure. We maybe should be consulting with the departments and talking to them about how it's being run and what could they do. I don't think everything needs a law to change how an internal department works.
Legislator Birnbaum, I understand what you're saying, but it seems like many of your objections are on process and procedure rather than substance, and especially so in this case. I think that the substance of the proposed law is such that all we're doing is saying that a business should not be. We're getting anecdotal evidence that that a number of businesses have been assessed fines without a chance to actually contest it and provide evidence of it. And all this does is give these businesses a chance to hear what the case against them is and to refute the case before the Commissioner imposes any fines. I, once again, would be surprised to hear that this is objectionable in any way to anyone. Why would anybody say no? I've had personal experiences dealing with, I'm not talking about Nassau County, but other bodies and sometimes in other states, where a commissioner, in my case, insurance commissioners in various states, get a complaint and immediately say, okay, you're being fined. You know, it's almost like that famous line in, what is it, Alice in Wonderland? Sentence first, verdict afterwards. And that's not right. And this merely corrects that. All it does is say that these people are entitled to due process and should not be assessed fines or otherwise punished without having had a chance to contest it and to provide evidence that it's proper. And it is happening in some instances right now where that's not the case.
Well, again, anecdotally, I believe you, but I would like to see evidence, and I'd like to see how often this happens, and I'd like the department to be notified sooner than the night of a business day before a meeting, and there would be more opportunity to gather information. And given that the next meeting of the full legislature is 1 week away, I feel that everything is being rushed.
Okay, it will happen before the full legislature, and we will discuss it hopefully in further depth at that point. But I will say that if it happens to one business, that's one business too many. So the fact that it's only anecdotally, it's happening. It is happening to some people, and if it happens to one person, that's, as I say, that shouldn't be the case.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
Of course. Go ahead, Miss. Go ahead.
I support any bill that seeks to protect consumers. I support. But there are some legal and perhaps constitutional concerns that we need to be aware of. That this bill does shift the burden onto a retailer or a merchant to prove that what they're charging is not an excessive amount. And I am concerned, or I have questions about what is considered to be a reasonable markup that a merchant can charge in light of, substantial increases in costs that retailers and merchants face now as a result of the pandemic. I certainly support any bill that protects consumers, but we have to be mindful of what the burden of proof is and how it's now shifting onto the retailer to prove that they're not gouging. Whereas in normal circumstances, example, with traffic and parking violations, if you get a speeding ticket, the police officer has to demonstrate that through radar or other types of detection, they have proof that you were speeding. And then it's up to you to controvert that. So I only have concerns about that, but I do support any bill that does protect the consumers, but it has to be mindful of what the legal arguments and the constitutionality may be.
Yeah. I would simply point out to you, with all due respect, Legislator Drucker, that this is actually not something that's protecting the consumer. Rather, it's protecting the merchant against a claim by consumer which may lack some fairness or accuracy. And it's not, again, directed at the consumer. It is merely ensuring that our merchants are not penalized for something that they can't help. And it is not doing anything, it is not impeding any enforcement. It is merely providing or ensuring that these people are afforded due process and a chance to respond to any complaints against them. That's all this does. It doesn't prevent claims. It doesn't prevent any fines or other enforcement action. All it does is give these people a chance to defend themselves, which I believe all of us should want.
Again, I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying. It's just how when a merchant receives a summons, he's automatically told that he was price gouging, and now the burden is on the merchant to show proof that he's not.
This does not put any burdens on the merchant at all. It absolutely does not do that, Mr. Drucker. Understand, what this does is this helps the merchant, whereas sometimes there's a complaint filed and the merchant is informed that he or she has been fined. What this does is prevent the imposition of that fine or other disciplinary action unless and until the merchant has had a chance to present the department evidence in defense of his practice or her practice. That's all it does. It is not imposing any burden whatsoever on the merchant. It is helping the merchant.
All right. Again, this came in very late. I would like further opportunity. I will support it now, but I would like to use the next week to really go over this bill.
Of course you will, and of course you should. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Walker.
I'll be very brief, but especially during the height of COVID, we had businesses that were opening packs of PPE equipment and selling individual masks for $10. I mean, these are paper masks, you know. Again, opening packages or having a package of 10 that were being sold for $50-something. And, you know, we knew right away that that was price gouging, and we reached out, and the Consumer Affairs was very, very good with, I think, handling all of us and trying to help all of us, so that our residents were panicking because they couldn't find them anyplace. So then they're paying what they shouldn't have to pay. But yet there are some businesses that have reached out to us and said, you know, like, it's so hard to get whatever they need, items, you know, even grocery items, detergents, or whatever that might be. And so they were having to pay so much more to get them. And again, it doesn't have to be huge amounts of a difference, but, you know, if they're fined because all of a sudden they're selling something for, you know, $3 or $4 more than it ever was, some of them it's because they can't possibly get it, and they had no defense. And this really helps those businesses to be able to say, look at my paperwork. This is what I had to pay for it, so I have to pass some of that on to the consumer. Hopefully, in the near future, we'll be back to the way things were. Hope to God for all of us in many ways. And then, you know, we'll expect those prices then to go back down to where they were. But again, it will, you know, any of those businesses that did reach out and say that they felt they were fined unjustly, they kind of didn't have anywhere to go for help, and this would give them some help. So.
Anyone else? Okay, all those in favor of item 391, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That item is unanimous. Thank you, yes. Okay, the next group are items 394, 395, 396, 397, 398, all of which are resolutions authorizing the assessor to extend on the assessment rolls amounts for the reconstruction of sidewalks pursuant to various town laws and government laws. These are in the various towns, town of Hempstead, North Hempstead, Oyster Bay, and so forth. Motion on that by Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Mr. Drucker. Mr. Drucker. Okay. Anyone to speak on those items? Well, we all know what they are.
County Assessor David Moon.
Oh, here we go.
Is this for items 394 through 401?
394, 395, 6, 7, and 8. The other ones we'll grab next.
Okay. Mr. Miles will speak on behalf of the Department of Assessment.
Yes, go ahead, please. Moog? Did we lose you?
Deputy Assessor Robert Miles. These are your yearly direct assessment charges. Hempstead does their sidewalk charges by 5 installments, so you'll see 5 resolutions from the town of regarding the town of Hempstead. They sent a resolution to us telling us all the properties that are being charged for the direct assessments for the sidewalks. So that's 5 resolutions. And then there's 3 additional resolutions, litter and dangerous buildings, 2 of which came from town of Hempstead.
I haven't called those yet. Those are the
oh, I'm sorry.
401.
So the first 5 are town of Hempstead sidewalk resolutions.
Right. Okay. Any questions? Okay. All those in favor of those 3 items, those 389, 399. 398, I'm sorry, 399, 400, and 40.
So the
No, I'm sorry. I'm giving you the wrong numbers there. 394, 395, 396, 397, and 398. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. 399, 400, and 401 are resolutions authorizing the assessor to assess amounts for demolition of unsafe premises and clearing costs. And the motion on that is made by Ms. Walker, seconded by Mr. Lafazan.
Similar situation here. You have 2 town of Hempstead resolutions. The litter resolution and the dangerous buildings resolutions. These, once again, are our annual resolutions for the towns whenever they request direct assessments. Those 2 items, 399 and 400, are for the town of Hempstead. And then 401 is for the town of Oyster Bay, and that's a dangerous buildings resolution.
Okay, any questions? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. 402, 403, 405, 406, and 407 are resolutions authorizing partial exemptions of various real properties. The motion on that is by Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Ms. Birnbaum.
Those items are correction of error resolutions for the 3 towns, 2 of which are mass petitions for 2 condominium units, and the 3 are various petitions for the 3 towns.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of those items, say aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, those items are unanimous. 404, thank you. 404 is an ordinance, amending ordinance 99D for updating and certifying the base and adjusted base proportions for the county, town, and special districts for each class of property. Motion by Ms. Walker, seconded by Ms. Birnbaum. Mr. Moog, you there?
I'm sorry,
Mr. Miles?
We couldn't hear. Is 404, did you just call 404?
Yes, 404 is what I called.
Sorry, yes. 404 is the adjusted base proportions for the general tax levy, county, town, and special districts. And this will apply for the tax levy ordinance you will see later in the week.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of 404, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that is unanimous. Thank you. Let's see. We're going to the second addendum. It has one item, which is 409, which is a local. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I have that Finance Committee? I thought I had a second addendum. I don't. Okay, so then what I need then is we're going to come back and we skipped a couple of items at the beginning, which which are going to require executive session, numbers 380, 381, which are settlements. Well, first one is Duarte against the county, and the second one is HVAC against the County of Nassau. Those are moved by Mr. Drucker and seconded by Mr. McKevitt. I'm going to take, before I take a motion for executive session, we'll first do an executive session, then I'll come back and comment on that. Motion is made for executive session by Mr. Muscarella. I seem to have forgotten you, Mr. Muscarella. You still there? And seconded by Mr. Drucker. All those in favor of going into executive session, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Aye. Okay, we're in executive session, to which I would invite members of the Rules Committee as well.
Could you please call me back 718-466-8255? 2874. Like just a one question. Thank you.
I dropped my laptop here. The cord got tangled.
Hold on.
I got it. I pulled it out.
Hold up, okay. Is there anything I can do? You want a piece of chocolate? That's all I have.
No, I have an apple.
You want a freaking apple? You want a cookie?
Stop.
You're not fatty.
Sorry.
Anybody else want a cookie?
All right, we're back in session. We're going to vote on the final two items, 380 and 381. First, on 380, all those in favor of the settlement, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes unanimously. Now, on 381, before we vote, I just want to say a few words on the feeling of the majority, and I would expect the minority as well on this particular situation. What happened over here is that, and I'm not giving away any secrets, this was an item where a vendor got an emergency contract and apparently performed that contract and was not paid for several years from 2017 through 2019, at which point it got tired of waiting, filed a lawsuit, and from 2019 till the end of 2020, it took them to, that's how long it took to get them, to get the county to give the money to them. Now, I think this is a terrific illustration of one of the reasons why we often see, certainly in the Rules Committee, contracts that are sole source. I'm not talking about only vendors who can't do it. I shouldn't say sole source, but only one bidder, where you might expect that you should have dozens of bidders. And that is because nobody likes to work and not get paid. This is not fair. This is not right. We get contracts all the time which are retroactive in nature. It happens virtually every session, and we complain about it virtually every session. And it happens anyway. And I don't understand why that didn't happen in this case. And if I were a contractor, I'd be very hesitant to bid on a county contract. This is, it's simply disgraceful. Anybody else have anything to say on this? All right. That having been said, all those in favor of settling 381, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That item is unanimous. We now have a motion to finally adjourn, and that is by Ms. Walker, and it's seconded by Mr. Mascarella. All those in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Any opposed to adjourning? We are adjourned, and we're back to rules. Thank you.
Okay. We'll call the Rules Committee out of recess. Need a motion to suspend the rules, moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of suspending the rules signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, rules are suspended. I'm going to call the consent calendar now. These are items that just went through other committees and do not require any further debate or discussion at this time. Item 354, 355, 357, 358, 359, 360, 361, 362, 363, 364, 365, 366, 367, 368, 369, 370, 371, 372, 373, 374, 375, 378, 379, 380, 381, 382, 383, 384, 385. Now for the addendum items. 386, 387, 389, 390, 391, 393, 394, 395, 396, 397, 398, 399, 400, 401, 402, 403, 404, 405, 406, 407, 408, and 409. Motion by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell. Any debated discussion? Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. The ones that were not part of the consent calendar include 377, a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an amendment to an intermunicipal agreement with the East Meadow Fire District in relation to a project to procure data terminals and related equipment, moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Any debated discussion on this item? Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? 377 passes unanimously. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Now on the addendum, 388. It's a resolution to accept a gift offered by the Long Island Board of Realtors to the Nassau County Department of Parks, Recreation, and Museums. Motion by Legislator DeRiggi Whitten, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. Is there a... I'm going to just address this one briefly, Katie. It's an administration issue, the item.
Yes.
Oh, somebody who's on?
Yep. Victoria Queso with the Department of Parks. Yes, so this is a resolution to accept a gift of $4,000 from the Long Island Board of Realtors to go towards the replacement of a gazebo in Washington Avenue Park in Seaford. And it would be in honor of Senior Special Agent John Capano.
Okay, any questions? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. 392, a resolution to require the assessor to restore to the official website of Nassau County the total value of the exemption granted and the estimated tax impact to individual homeowners pursuant to real property tax law section 485U. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Legislator Rhodes, you want to speak to this one?
One of the things that we've noticed after the first numbers under the county executive's reassessment for the 2021 year came out is that information disappeared from the county website. We have been pushing for a fair, accurate, and transparent assessment system and assessment process ever since this reassessment started. The removal of this information from the county website is, in our opinion, a further attempt to make it more difficult for homeowners to be able to understand the impact of this reassessment and understand how the reassessment is playing a role with respect to their taxes. The legislation that's before you today is to require the Department of Assessment to restore that information to the website so that we can be open and transparent with the public.
Okay, any debate or discussion? Hearing none. Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Passes unanimously. Last but not least is the item on Addendum 2, a local law to amend Title A of Chapter 6 of the Nassau County Administrative Code in relation to the renewal of the exemption for persons 65 years of age or over, pursuant to Section 467 6B of the Real Property Tax Law. Moved by Legislator DeRidge-Witt and seconded by Legislator Bino. Again, this is before us. Did either one of you want to say anything about this one?
I'll just say, I think it's in line with what we're permitted to do as far as the 5-year limit, and I think anything we can do to make things easier on people is a good, positive idea. So.
Okay. Any further debate or discussion? Any public comments?
If I could, Design Officer?
Sure.
Design Officer, if I this is item 409. If I correct, I couldn't hear Legislator DeRidge-Witten that well.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure that the legislature is clear on its intent. This is a particular item where seniors that have filed in 5 consecutive years the ability to apply and receive the exemption, that they would no longer have to do that. We feel that obviously in this day and age where COVID is rampant, if anything that we could do to make the lives of some of our families in Nassau a little bit more easier, we thought that this would be a great measure. It seems like we're within our ability to do it. So I think from that standpoint, it would be a great measure and it would be a great initiative for our seniors. As I said before, this would only apply for seniors that have applied for 5 consecutive years in regards to and received the exemption, that they would no longer have to do so. They would still have to sign an affidavit at a particular time when they later on in the process, but from that standpoint, they would basically receive the exemption.
Okay, thanks for the explanation. Any other debate or discussion? Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? That passes unanimously. Legislator Rhodes makes a motion to adjourn, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? We're adjourned.